Ooh, welcome to the Foxhole, everybody.
Howdy.
Howdy indeed. Welcome. This is episode 7 of this wonderful little show we have. We got a lot to talk about. Got a lot of fun stuff
Almost
going
2
on
months.
tonight. Look
Fuck, I gotta pull up what I've done this week.
We'll get to that for sure. Hello, Marku. Hello, Typing. Hello, Villain. Hello, Bear. INDA. Hail, Helms, and Hell. Rosa. What's pink and red? It spins clockwise at 500 RPM. My dick put it in a blender. Jesus.
You know what else is pink and red? And spins at 5,000 RPM?
Do I want to know?
It's me.
My God. I still haven't done that. I still haven't... You programmed that, didn't you, when you made yourself the wheel?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's really easy to do. If you go into VTube Studio, just click on, just like hover over like your models, right? Like just click on it, so that you're controlling your model.
Yeah.
Hold Control and then just spin your mouse wheel. My mouse wheel, I can actually unlock it, so it's just like a loose bearing, and that's why I can get the spin so fast.
Oh, okay.
Because it's literally just like a loose bearing. Or otherwise it'd be like this, obviously, because I have to like keep spinning it. But actually spinning is just a feature in VTube Studio.
Yeah. We're saying soon TM. Oh man. Well, we got a hell of a show for you all tonight. We got Ubisoft to talk about, a Boeing satellite to talk about. What else? We got some lawsuits to cover in the gaming space, and a bunch of other stuff. It's going to be a fun night. But before we get to the news, how you been?
I've been good. It's been a fucking insane week for me.
Yeah, I know it has.
It's been a fucking wild week for me. I've had ups and downs this week. I've effectively excommunicated like half my family. Over something stupid. It's over something fucking silly.
Just petty bullshit.
But it's just like, yeah, it's just petty bullshit. I'm just not gonna. I'm sorry, but I refuse to just fucking take that shit at face value and be like, yeah, I forgive you for this like petty lie. No, go fuck yourself. I caught you. You show no remorse. You're just fucking being defensive. Like, just fucking admit you fucking lied to my fucking face, and there you go. It's all over. Like, it's such a fucking minor thing. Like, they're mad because I called them chismosos. All right. They're mad because I called them fucking nosy. Chisme is basically just means like gossip. I call them gossipers, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, like we weren't gossiping. We were just worried about it. It's like, why didn't you fucking call me then? You know, we were worried about you. That's why we ignored you. That's why we ignored your messages, didn't call you, and then like made ridiculous assumptions, and then started, talking shit behind your back because we were worried about you, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, dude. And it's just like, I can understand people doing something fucking silly or stupid because they just weren't thinking, or like they were, whatever. They just, whatever reason, right?
Yeah.
People are fucking dumb. People are fucking retarded, right? It's the part where they turned around and lied to my fucking face as if I was like a fucking idiot. That fucking pisses me off. And I was just like, no, I'm sorry. Like, I appreciate you guys, and like I feel bad because these are the people that helped me when I was homeless. But
this is like your extended family.
Yeah, like they've been doing this to like my mother for like fucking forever, right? The same shit. And like I've never had a problem with them, right? These are people that I've always trusted and gone to whenever I needed anything, right? And I've been sticking to myself. That I've not really left my house outside of like picking up essentials or taking like my grandpa to the doctor or whatever, right? And so I haven't talked to these people in like a while, right? And then like the one time I'm like, hey, I need help from you guys. They ignore me and start talking shit. And then they pretend like it didn't fucking happen and try to like just lie to my face as if I didn't know any better. It's like, oh, like you don't understand. You should talk to your mother. It's like I did talk to my mother, and she explained to me what you guys told her. Doesn't change the fact that you didn't call me. You didn't want to talk to me, right? You still refuse to explain to me yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you know I'm gonna fucking call you out on your bullshit. these are people that are not used to seeing me legitimately angry, and today they've learned that I am not to be fucked with.
Well, like a couple days ago. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
It's true because, like, the only, like, family that I actually have a relationship with are my parents. Like, I don't really have, like, hardly any connection to anyone outside of my nuclear family. So...
Honestly, I'm starting to think that's the way it fucking should be.
Like, I know of them, and maybe I'll talk to them, like, once a year for, like, 5 minutes. You know, it's just, I just don't really have a connection to them. So...
Yeah, in my case, I live down the street.
I know, right? It's like such like a Hispanic family stereotype where like all like the entire extended family like all lives on the same block, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like it's common. Like it's a stereotype for a reason.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah,
on
it's
the
fucking...
on the polar opposite
on the up and
side
up
of that.
though. On the up and up though. Patho's moving out into our new house, actually. It's not ours. It's the rent, but
Yeah, you're renting.
still, we're gonna live there. It'll be great. And she gets to escape her fucking shitty family. I get to escape my shitty family. It'll be great. I'm super fucking excited. I'm like nervous, right? Because like I'm used to whenever things go well, things going terribly wrong immediately after, and nothing has gone terribly wrong in like a few months.
Oh,
in several months.
It feels like you're due.
So, exactly. Like, and here's the thing, like, I had like a couple years of just like shitty thing after shitty thing after shitty thing. So maybe this is the up wave, right? This is the equal positive wave after like the tremendously long shitty wave. Right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't trust it. I just don't trust it. Like, I wake up every morning and I'm like, I should be really, really happy, but at the same time, I'm just like really, really stressed just because I'm constantly like, when's it gonna happen? When is lightning gonna strike me when I walk outside? Like,
yeah.
Where's it gonna come from? I'm like paranoid. That's just like what I've been like. That's just kind of like what I've been like trained to expect, I guess.
And you gotta get a U-Haul into Alabama.
Yeah, I feel bad because I'm like really controlling of Faith though, but like part of that is because like I just don't want to take even the slightest risk. Because it's like oh, like what if I say yeah, sure, my love, yeah, you can go drive in the middle of the night to your cousin's house on this like random day to like play some tabletop game. Sure, and that just happens to be the night. The one night where I let her drive alone in the middle of the night, right? It's only a 5-minute drive. That just happens to be the night she can stick into like a wreck or something, right? Like I don't. I'm like constantly like on the fence about everything because I'm like, man, it would be logical timing for this to be when something bad happens. No, don't go. Oh, like nothing bad's happened? This seems like the proper timing where something bad would happen. No, I don't think so.
It's like you have a mentality that you're in a horror movie.
Kind of, yeah. Like I've trained myself to kind of, and to be fair, sometimes it's effective. I've like this sort of preemptive like preparedness is what's gotten me out of a lot of like icky situations. Like I just kind of get like a bad feeling, you know? Like I'll never forget one time when I was a kid. I didn't live with my dad, so my dad would pick me up on Sunday, right? Sundays was like his custody day. And this is after my sister was born, and he was gonna go to a birthday party, for like one of like my sister's like friends from daycare. My sister was like 3 or 4, so like she wasn't even like going to school yet. And I was like, no, Mom, I don't want to go today. Can you tell Dad I don't want to go? I have a bad feeling. I don't want to go today. Something bad's gonna happen. And lo and behold, I didn't go. My dad comes to visit me later that evening anyway. And he shows up covered in fucking wasp stings. My sister has like 4 wasp stings on like her fucking neck.
Oh my god.
Right? Some kid kicked the ball into a fucking hornet's nest. To a fucking wasp nest. Not a hornet nest, a wasp nest. And the entire party went to shit because of it.
God.
Lo and fucking behold. And it's just one of those things, dude. Like, I'm just like, I know that we've talked about this, Bear. Good things can just be. But, like, I just, like, I just want to be careful, man. Like, if I even get the slightest inkling that, like, something bad might happen, or I get, like, an even slightly bad feeling about something, I'm like, I just don't want to risk it, dude.
Yeah, you want to definitely have, like, contingencies built in.
Yeah, exactly. Like, unless I know that I'm in a situation where it's like, okay, if something bad does happen, I can be there. I can solve this problem.
Are you gonna
I can fix it.
Are you gonna split the U-Haul trip into 2 days?
Probably not.
Oof. Okay. Have you driven a U-Haul before? A U-Haul full of stuff, I should say.
No.
Okay. Do you know anybody who has?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you should talk to them.
Buggy.
Because you're basically driving a sail. Those box trucks. If you have a gust of wind. This is like, I don't know if you've ever driven like the northern part of the country, like Montana or Idaho, these kinds of places.
No.
But they have these long open highways up in those parts of the country.
Yeah.
And off to the side, they have these massive berms with these big, like, wooden, perforated fences that are built along the side of the roads, at an angle to the road. And they're basically giant windbreakers. Because the winds are so strong that they'll basically topple 18-wheelers right over into the gutter.
Oh.
Yeah, because those box trucks are basically just sails. So like you get a big crosswind, it catches the truck, and it'll force you into like the next lane over, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So yes, it's not like driving a little A to B kind of car like you usually drive, So
Well. So I'm kind of used to having wind issues with my car because I normally drive at like 110 miles an hour on like highways that are like pretty elevated, so there's quite a bit of wind. And my car is really fucking tiny, so it gets pushed pretty easily. You'd be surprised. So I'm actually kind of used to fighting wind resistance when I drive.
Well, it's not the same when you're driving a sail at a much slower pace. Because you have to understand that the U-Hauls have speed limiters in them.
Oh.
You can't speed at them. So
I mean, yeah, I wasn't planning to. I feel like speeding while also dealing with a sail would not be good.
No, it's not.
I feel like driving slower would actually be better for that situation.
It's just a different experience. That's all I'm trying to get. And like,
okay.
You don't have like a good rear view mirror either. You have to rely on your rear view mirrors exclusively. So if you use your rear view mirror a lot, get used to not having that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I know I usually don't.
I mostly look at my like side mirrors when I drive, and then I am used to tilting my head back, but I imagine I can't do that.
Yeah, well, you can see your blind spot, but you can't like tilt your head back. Yeah, you can see your blind spot out the window. You can turn and see your blind spot, but
well, I mean like on the right.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to use your mirror there, obviously.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to just kind of use my mirror and like make sure there's like no one. Okay, that's pretty doable.
It's doable. But, a 12-hour trip for your first try, though, that's what I'm worried about. But I think you should be fine. Florida's roads are pretty flat and great, so should be okay.
I'm not too worried. Driving is kind of one of my, I've driven lots of different cars before. I've driven a motorcycle before. That's kind of one of my, skills that I've just kind of, naturally just been good at my whole life. I don't know why.
Okay, well, don't jinx it.
It's one of the few skills I'm legitimately confident in. I've street raced before, chat.
Yeah, me too. But that's cool. I mean, and that's gonna happen pretty soon, isn't it? That move.
Either end of November, so either end of next month or start of the month after.
Okay.
Is what I'm thinking, because I wanna still stream for a little bit and have a decent first off, I want to have a decent built up income so that if it takes me time to reset up and stuff like that. Also if Faithful struggles to get a job, right, etc. I'm prepared. I don't want to be okay, cool, we have rent for this month and then just be fucked the month after.
Yeah.
Without me being able to stream either. So I just want to make sure that I'm
3 months worth going in.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be as prepared as possible. I am paying off my second card this month. And
zeroing it out?
Yeah. I'm
Nice.
zeroing out my second of 3 cards this month. I mean, leaving only like the big one. But that does mean I also have like the buffer of like these cards, right?
Mhm.
If worse comes to where, right? If I need to use them, then I can.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'll try to avoid that, but you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm thinking like I'll have next month's funds as like the buffer basically, as like be like okay, like I have this, I'm okay, right?
Hmm.
Plus next month I also get the income from Stream Elements for the AFK Journey sponsorship, which is a decent bit.
That's
So,
like $1,000 roughly.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's why I don't want to move like right away, even though I technically could. I just want to play it safe.
See, that's what
Yeah,
I'm doing because
I don't like taking risks where I don't need them yet.
Hmm. Yeah, because I'm moving into Florida like really soon after you move out, so
Yeah.
I will look forward to your return.
Yippee! But yeah, that's kind of like where my head's at, chat. I also want to have some like content prepared so that while I'm out, you guys have something to watch. You know, I've also been thinking about doing like IRL content of like me like preparing or like I don't know, like me setting up stuff, like just like little vlog style like, stuff like in the house, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh yeah.
We'll see.
Speaking of that, I got my chest harness.
Yippee!
For the GoPro. And I actually did some scouting yesterday for places to do some exploring.
Okay.
I found a couple places where I can just kind of put the camera on and just kind of go, you know, and just talk about kind of shit. Honestly,
through nature and
yeah. One of the biggest hang up I'm having is what I want to talk about for the first episode of it. So that's on the site. Yeah. So once I get that figured out, like that the whatever the next weekend is, I'm just gonna go out and just do it, and film it, and then get back to the computer, edit it up, and I'll post it. And that will be the first episode of Touching Brass Gaming Commentary. So
that's gonna be fun. That's a good concept for like content. I think I enjoy it. It's like they don't just have like background and more like later back and forth but have like actual visual. Like while they're listening to you.
well, the idea is that like, I have
lots of visual too.
well, the idea is that I have a few like I'll have like a general topic, and there'll be like subtopics in there. And the idea is that like I go to a site or an area, and I just kind of chat about the area, and then I talk about the subtopic, and then it cuts, and then I'm in a different area, you know. And it's like, okay, I'm like half a mile north of where I was. We're over here now. You know, this is an interesting thing. It's like, and then continue with the commentary, you know, and do that 2 or 3 times, and that's the video. That's the idea. Eventually, if I like doing that series, so obviously that's not going to be like an all the time kind of thing, because I don't have the ability to just go out and do stuff every weekend on a reliable basis. So I hope I can do it like once a month starting, and then up the frequency. And eventually I'd like to get like a drone and get like drone footage as well.
Ooh, that'd be fun.
Yeah, so because I was looking at drones, and drones aren't that expensive. Like I can get a good drone that I can mount.
Yeah.
It has like a mile range.
They've got that in price a lot.
Yeah, you can get one for like $300 that like you can mount a nice camera to, and it comes with a really nice controller, and it has like a mile range and stuff like that. Like it's actually really affordable. So, but anyway.
That's what I love about like new technologies. People are like, oh my god, they're so expensive. No one's ever gonna buy it. It's like, just give it time. Just give it time.
Is it still
Elon's...
Is it still botting, Bear?
Elon's fucking robots are gonna go from being like 30k to being like 10k within like within
5
year
years.
Period of it. Yeah, 5 years honestly, probably closer of them being out.
I don't know. I'm skeptical that those are gonna release when he says they're gonna release, because he's been behind schedule.
He said what, like next year?
Yeah, he said next year.
Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah,
bullshit.
I mean, I think that they'll probably be released in like maybe like Q3, Q4, 2026.
Yeah.
And then by 2030, they'll like be like affordable for you and me. So.
Yeah.
But because like he's like advertising, they're like starting off with like the price of like an affordable car,
Yeah, which is really good.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna be higher than that though. I
Yeah.
don't think it's gonna be as cheap as he says it is. I think dude, I was talking to my grandpa about that the other day when we were like on our way. This was last week. I think I just didn't talk about it, but while I was on my way back from taking him to the doctor, was that this week? My memory is like so fucked.
It was last week.
On the way back,
Doctor.
yeah. On the way back from taking him to the doctor, we saw a blue Cybertruck, and he was like, "What the fuck is that?" And we started talking about it, and I started like, he was telling me how like, "Oh yeah, I guess I have seen like a bunch of like these like weird looking cars." So there was like electrical, and I was like, "Yeah, they're electric cars," and we started getting to like conversation about it, and we were talking about how neither of us really trust electric cars.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, because it's just like he was telling me how he was like, yeah, there's just too many things I don't understand, right? But the one thing I do understand is people always complain about like their phones getting hacked and stuff, right? I just don't trust it. And I was like, that's exactly my concern.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Which I think was interesting because like he doesn't know anything, he doesn't know much about technology, but he hears things, right? And so he's like, well, why wouldn't that apply to this thing too? Like he's not dumb, you know?
Yeah.
And so he's like, yeah, like, why wouldn't that apply to electric cars too? And I was like, you're fucking right. You know, like, yeah, that could be theoretically be an issue.
Well, we saw, like, we
right?
talked about this when we covered the Wii robot thing and, like, how, the automated taxis and stuff like that. It's like cybersecurity, cybersecurity and stuff like that's going to have to be a major selling point. Because there's literally no manual override for anything. So.
But, so I asked him if he had heard about like the robots that the same company's putting out, and he was like, "Oh, I think I saw that on the TV." He's like, "Oh, I bet this is gonna cost a fortune." I was like, "Well, he's saying they're gonna cost 30 grand." He was like, "That's really good."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Yeah, you think so?" And he was like, "Yeah, that's about what like a stay-at-home maid costs for a year."
Pretty much.
Which is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he was like, yeah, like it probably costs you more than that to hire like a maid or someone to take care of you for like a year, right? If you can budget out like 30 grand, right, and pay it over the course of several years, if you can get that on a lease to own type system, right, like you would like with like a car, that's incredibly affordable.
Yeah.
Right. Even at that price point, even if it was more expensive, right, like that's super worth it, and it's something that like, and he was basically going into like how he thinks that like that's gonna like change the world, right? That's something that like someone can validate that purchase or like apply value to that purchase in a way that like they wouldn't with a lot of other things. Like that's something that's like worth the money. Is basically what he's saying. Like
yeah,
it's a worthwhile investment that if you're someone that like needs care, will save you money in the long run, even if it seems expensive at face value.
We'll see about
and
what the
and even if you don't need care, that's something that's just gonna generally save you time for like your own hobbies and stuff like that. You don't have to do all the fucking like nonsense. Like all the regular like mundane labor.
It'll be interesting to see like once these things start rolling out, like what they actually end up getting used for on like a day-to-day tasking kind of thing. Because that's they're gonna have to calibrate based off of like what people end up wanting to use them for.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how it develops. But anyway, so besides family drama. And,
by the way, while he thought it was cool, he did tell me that he was excited for the fact that he doesn't have to see them in his lifetime.
I get that.
That he's really glad that he doesn't have to deal with it.
My granddad is 94, and he's like the same way. He was like, I don't care anymore about all the shit that goes on in the culture, just because, like, I'm so old that it's just beyond me, and I'm just like, I'm just resigned to the fact that I'm gonna die any day now, and it's actually kind of freeing because he just doesn't have to care anymore. And I was like, yeah, I totally get that,
Yeah, like in his case, there's more of like the fact that he's like, he's like, yeah, it's gonna be cool, but it's definitely gonna have kinks. And he's glad that he doesn't have to like. He's at the point where he knows he doesn't have to adapt to anything anymore. He's like, you know what? I'm glad I'm gonna die before this stuff comes out.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not gonna have to deal with whatever nonsense comes out of this.
Well, it's like going to like this epic universe that's opening up next year, and how like if you go to that park within like the first year, like it's gonna be overcrowded and shit's gonna break.
Yeah.
Like it's inevitable. Like, honestly, like, the collective trip that we want to plan, honestly, we probably should not do that until, like...
Until the year after? Yeah.
Yeah, until the year after.
Yeah.
Like, spring 2027. That's when we should... Or 26. That's when we should, like, plan that trip. Because if we go...
if you do it in spring, it has to be, like, not during spring break time.
Yeah, that's fine. But you
like,
know
from experience, just avoid the time that the kids are out of school. Like, the plague.
Yeah, because Florida's like one of those spring breaker hotspots, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's because this happened at Disneyland too. Like when they opened up the new Star Wars land, that ride when you're like going through it's like an off rails like bus that just kind of slowly like drives through like these themed areas. Was like a disaster. It broke down like crazy when they were constructing that thing. They had poured the concrete over the hidden track before they realized that they installed the tracking upside down. So they had to like literally jackhammer up all of the concrete and then redo the track. And it like delayed the project by like more than a year because it was such a massive boondoggle. And when it opened, it like broke down like 3 times on opening day. And like hardly anybody got to ride it.
Yeah.
It was
it
broken.
Happens.
It was broken down like a lot. Like it still is to this day. It's still like a fucking boondoggle. And I think that one of the rides at Epic Universe uses that same technology. So yeah. So I'm just like, I don't know.
I'm curious. I remember like when like the Transformers like the lines thing. Yeah, I agree. But like I don't remember ever having any issues like any of the releases for stuff in Universal.
Well, I think because Universal is really good at like looking at Disney's mistakes and like
that's double check.
Yeah, and learning like what not to do basically. And Universal seems to be like really good at that. So
yeah.
And I know that Universal is also poaching Imagineers from Disney as well, like a lot. So because they just have a better offer, to be honest.
Yeah.
But well, anyway.
To wrap up my week though. Yeah, just to like wrap up my week. I have.
You finished Nier.
Wait, no, I didn't. I finished 9S's.
That's right. Yeah.
Nier. So we still have A2 left. We did another session of D&D last Monday, in which the party prepared for war. So that's gonna be fun. It's really funny because if Patho just had shut up at court, they would have avoided the war. But
Patho got us all killed in the oh fuck, what's it called? Until Dawn. Patho got us all killed there too.
For some context on how Patho basically like, to be fair, I'm a fucking asshole, right? So they basically, out of all the members of court, they have one person that they know is like the villain, right? Like the big bad.
Yeah.
Right? Who's not going to take their side and is going to basically lead this into a war, right? Mm-hmm. And one of the other members of court is a good guy, but he loves this villain, and so he's going to side with her wherever he picks. Right? So it comes down to time to do the vote, right? And obviously the good guy ends up picking to basically go against the party, right?
Right.
Because he believes that's what his wife is going to pick. His wife, the villainess. And the villainess, who's like a fucking lunatic, is like, no, my dad's speech was lame. I'm going to side with the party. And everyone's just like, huh? And so basically like the speaker of the court, right, asked Patho if she wants to speak her piece anyway, right, and like basically explain to everyone her side. And so Patho just said, no, I think I'm okay with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she probably would have won the like because basically the way they did it was they were gonna do like a preliminary vote to see where everyone stands, right? And then they were gonna let Patho speak, and then they were gonna do a second vote. If Patho had just said no, they would have done the second vote right then and there immediately. And even if, well, what would have happened is that the good guy who normally agrees with the villainess would have agreed with her again, and so war averted. Everyone agrees, fuck the king, right? They just take over the throne.
Okay.
But Patho was like, oh, okay, and then she went and started explaining, and so her explanation bored the villainess, right? And so she swapped sides then and there. And then the revote happened. And obviously the good guy who would agree with the villainess no matter what,
Yeah.
agreed with her. And so now the war is happening.
Good job, Patho. She's after that XP. That's what it is. She just needs that XP.
We don't do XP!
Oh, that's right. You don't do the XP stuff.
We don't do XP. We do milestone.
Oh man, that's funny.
I don't like XP because XP promotes like XP systems promote what do you call it? Murder hoboing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think having like it's still XP, but the way that I do the way that I normally do the XP is that basically it's like milestone based. So if you hit certain milestones within like an area, right? That'll give you a small amount of XP that will eventually add up to like a thing. And so no matter how you complete the thing, as long as you do,
requires like 3 milestones or something.
Kinda. So there was I had like a much like better system for Barovia. For these places, I've just been doing it where if they fully complete, because there's enough like locations that they can easily hit max level.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just doing it so that if they just complete a location like completely, if they do everything in a location, then they get a level up.
It makes more sense too to do it that way because like I always felt like I always thought it was like lame, like to get like the XP to cross the threshold from one level to the next, just from like walking into a new area of a map. Or doing some very mundane task that gets you like little clips of XP, and it's like, wow, I just leveled up by walking 2 steps in that direction. That it's like it's always kind of weird to me.
Yeah,
but
the way that I did it for Barovia is that basically, so there was milestones for discovering magic items, for discovering locations. For defeating bosses, those give the most points, and then for side quests, right?
Okay.
And so a side quest can give you anything between 0.25 and 2 XP, right? Mm-hmm. All the locations give you 0.25. All of the items give you 0.25, and then the bosses will give you 2 XP each, with the final boss giving you 8.
Okay.
And so that was the system that I used for Barovia. I wasn't the one that came up with this. It was something I found on like Reddit. Someone else had done. I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah, it makes sense because it means that like.
And then I've made similar systems for other campaigns I've done.
Yeah, it just makes sense like when you level up based off of like as a result of doing something that makes sense for you to become more powerful. Finding a new magical item makes sense for you to grow more powerful. Beating this boss or that mini boss, whatever, makes sense. But like, if I gain like 0.1 XP for every fish that I cook, then I'm just I'm just sitting there and I can just sit there and farm fish and level up from that, and it doesn't feel like it makes any sense for me to level up. It's like,
it doesn't.
Like, why did I just get way more powerful? Because I cooked the fish.
Doesn't.
It doesn't make any sense.
Something else I do is that I make it so that they don't level up until they rest.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
But anyways, but yeah, so D&D happened. Just to wrap up quickly, we played more Dragon Ball. We did all the side stuff content. My rating for that game has gone down from being a 9 to being a 5.
Sparking?
Yep.
Because the input is so shit.
Here's the thing, right? I gave it some thought while I was playing, and the more I think about it, I think that me giving it a 9 out of 10 rating is just me being biased. The game is fun. Don't get me wrong. The game is still very fun when it works. It's amazing. It feels great. But it doesn't work more than half the time. It doesn't work consistently enough that it's going to regularly piss me off. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's not that I'm like putting in the wrong inputs. It's just not reading the inputs correctly. It's literally not reading the inputs correctly.
Yeah, it seemed like every time I was watching you stream that, you were just yelling, "Game, what
it's
the
reading
fuck?"
them.
Yeah.
It's reading the inputs. It's just not reading them correctly. Combination inputs just don't work half the time for some reason. Right? And the other issue is tracking.
It's way
the character
worse
just doesn't track the enemy very often. Like it loses tracking very often during the fight. So like you'll be in the middle of like a combo on a guy, just like attacking him, right? Just like a really simple, just spam square combo, And then you'll just keep punching as you kind of push him like out of the way, I guess, and you just keep punching the air past him. And it's like, what the fuck? Why did that happen? It's really fucking dumb. Oftentimes you go to like line up a combo by like teleporting behind them or whatever to like hit them, and they'll just fly past you because you happen to have knocked them unconscious. The unconscious in the air state is OP. Like, you just can't hit people while they're unconscious in the air, I guess. You, like juggling is just really, really difficult because things just don't track properly, so they don't connect.
I hate that shit. Like,
And
Yakuza
it's
games
like
are
these
the
are
same
two.
way.
These are two major aspects of the combat that weren't issues in the games that came out 3 console generations ago. So I had to kind of stop and like reassess what I consider to be a 10 out of 10 before I could give this game a 9 out of 10.
And
so I decided that, okay, out of the Dragon Ball games, a 10 out of 10 is, to me, Tenkaichi 2. Tenkaichi 3 was also good, but it had things I didn't like, so it's a 9 out of 10. Right? But it's about the same level of quality as Tenkaichi 2. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, in a world where Tenkaichi 2 and Tenkaichi 3 are a 10 and 9 respectively, I can't give Sparking a 10 or a 9. It has to be at best an 8. But I also think that those games are better than Xenoverse. Xenoverse 2. Which is my preferred one out of the 2 of those. Right? So, in a world where Xenoverse 2 isn't as good as Tenkaichi 3, so that's an 8. And Xenoverse 1 is a 7, because it's basically the same game just with less content. And Xenoverse 1 is still better than Sparking 0. Even though those games also had like some issues with like tracking, but nowhere near as bad. It didn't have the input problems.
You're down to a 5 or a 6.
You're down to a 5 or a 6! You know?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, I can think of a million games that weren't as good as Xenoverse that are also Dragon Ball games that are also spectacular, that fall in the same vein.
It seems like...
I think of Ultimate Tenkaichi. That game. That game wasn't bad. The story was lame.
Mm-hmm.
But that game wasn't bad. That falls around the same park as like Xenoverse 1. Right? So if that's like a 6 or 7, then I'm sorry, but this game has to be a 5. Because it's objectively worse than all of those games. In its core mechanics. And so like I had to kind of take a step back, basically like shove aside my like bias. 'Cause, like, I love Dragon Ball, right? So like I want to like love this game, and I do have fun with it when it works. But it's just I'm upset most of the time that I'm playing it because it just doesn't work most of the time that I'm playing it.
Yeah, that's what got both of us to quit Wukong.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like
yeah.
I am gonna play more of it, and I'm excited to play more of it because I do have some fun when I play it, and I think I'm gonna be less annoyed when I'm doing PvE. Like, so I have a few people tell me that like they've not done a lot of PvE, but the PvE feels fine just because everyone has these issues.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you're not finding an NPC that doesn't experience these issues. That has like perfect input reading.
Right.
So, even though the NPCs do also lose track of them sometimes, it's fucking crazy. But yeah, I'm excited to do some PvP next time that I play it.
All right.
But anyways, outside of that game, just to keep saying to wrap up quickly, but then I keep getting into tangents. These are important though. Fuck these games. Obviously we finished the quarry.
Mm-hmm.
That was fucking fun. I
We
played
didn't
more
all
ZZ.
die.
Yeah, we didn't all die. Only
Ryan.
Ryan died. It's because
And Nick.
I chose for it to happen. Oh yeah, and Nick got shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick did get shot.
But
It was a slightly anticlimactic ending.
yeah,
I think we should do a movie night where we watch the director's cut of that.
Oh. Okay.
Or like the Everyone Lives cut of that. I think it would be interesting.
Yeah, like what decisions you have to make everybody live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be curious about
anyways.
that.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure there's also a way to make Silas live as well, to save Silas.
Well, like that.
To, like, end the curse.
Yeah, I mean, like that'll keep like the grandma in that reads your fortune happy, you know, not killing
Yeah.
Silas. But Yeah, it'd be interesting to see like what paths you have to take in order to keep everybody alive. Like I assume it's possible to do. Like nobody dies.
Yeah. But that's one of the like movie night modes. There's everyone dies. There's nobody dies. And then there's
cut.
Yeah, which I wanted to watch all three after I played the game originally.
Mm-hmm.
But then I fell asleep during the first one. And then I forgot to do them again.
Yeah, and I guess we could switch over to my week in regards to the quarry. Again, I had one segment, like one real segment, and then I had another segment where you borked me. But honestly, I don't think it would have made a difference. Actually,
why?
I don't know. I don't feel like.
Well, you would have just survived it as a human.
I guess. I don't know.
You would have taken place. Like you would have actually done something.
But my character Emma had the most interesting ending though, because she is alive, but she's still a werewolf, despite the fact that the one who bit her. Or no, we found out that the one
been Caleb.
It should have been Caleb, but because she. But didn't the thing say that? Like I can't remember. Like it must have been Silas that bit her. Is the thing.
It must have been. Silas was the only werewolf alive.
Yeah, exactly. So that was interesting, but that was fun. And then I played Yakuza like always. Finally got out of Kiryu's story, and I'm moving into Seijima's story, which of course has him in prison again for the second game in a row. And then besides that, I just had this show, and then we did a watch along. We watched the Sherlock Holmes movies last Sunday, which was fun. And we're watching Arcane tomorrow night in anticipation for season 2, which drops like right at the beginning of next month. So that'll be cool. And that it's there's a ton of like Arcane related content getting released inside of like League of Legends and Legends of Runeterra. So I'm excited to see it with the card game side of it. I couldn't give a shit about League of Legends, but I really like the card game. So I'm interested to see, because there was like some really unfortunate news. Like there is this big like Legends of Runeterra streamer who did an interview with like one of the main like developers over there, and he said that like because of the budget cuts and people cuts that happened when Riot had to like lay off a ton of people at the beginning of the year. Do you remember that? One of the things that they had to kind of sacrifice was like the unique level up animations and like unique skins and stuff like that for the champions, and that got like massive blowback. Like everybody is just like, well, why the fuck do we even want to pay for things? Like that's the thing that made money essentially, were those things. Or like people, or like players like really like spending money on, and if those, so like people are afraid that the game is going to die now, because if they're not going to do that, people aren't going to spend the money, and the game is already kind of like barely reaching profitability now, and if they do that, they're going to dip below profitability, and the game's just going to die, because people just aren't going to be interested without, because that's what made the game like unique and fun, was all those unique animations and skins and stuff like that. It's the same reason that people play League of Legends. You know, because I like collecting skins and stuff. You know, it's like if you're gonna take that out of the game, then like people are just gonna get bored. Sorry. So everybody's like doing this campaign because they have like this big thing that's arcade related that's happening next month, has like a bunch of unique animations and skins and stuff like that. So the community is like, everybody buy it, show them that that's what we want. You know. So I'm just like, yes sir, I am setting aside money to buy all of the Arcane related stuff, which I would have done anyway, but still, try to like recalibrate their priorities, I guess, because it's like one of the very few like parts of video gaming that's like really transparent about what they're doing. Like they have a dev just kind of tell all about what's happening, basically. Like, yeah, this is what's happening, and then all across next year. This is why we made these decisions. This is what we unfortunately had to like de-emphasize and this kind of stuff. Like they're very transparent, which is appreciated, but the community is worried about the future of that game because of
Yeah.
this. So, like they said that they're going to be doing like themed like expansions, stuff like that, in the like going into next year. But everybody's just like, well, if they don't have the unique animations and stuff like that, then they're not much of a draw. Sorry. So we'll see. But yeah, other than that, I'm trying to think of anything else. I've just been like doing a lot of. I have two like major tasks that I'm doing right now IRL. One is I'm trying to find a new house, obviously. So I got like a topo map, like a topography map, so I can get like what are the highest elevations in the state. And then I got a crime rate map by zip code. And by actually it's all the way down to the neighborhood, and then I guess overlaid them. And I'm just like, okay, what has the lowest crime and the highest elevation? that's the areas I'm gonna target. So like, there's like a lake called like Apopke Lake, northwest of Orlando. Like the area around there looks really good. Like areas like Davenport looks really good, and a few other places to the west. St. Cloud is this little pocket as well that's like low crime, but like South Orlando is like deep red when it comes to crime. Like it's like, oh, that's why Kissimmee has so many like lower priced homes that look amazing. I finally cracked that code. So I'm looking at like Winter Garden is another one, like Winter Garden, those kinds of places. So that's where I'm kind of refocusing my house hunt. And the other side is I'm still planning. I'm going to Japan for 3 weeks in April, and I have to plan that trip for it's me, a friend of mine, and my parents. That's like the group. So I'm like going to like each of the shore. You know, I'm not doing. I don't like cruise ship shore excursions because they're overpriced, and most of them you're just paying for a tour that you could do yourself, essentially.
Yeah.
So I'm basically planning all the excursions myself, and like the family and my friend are relying on me because I'm the only one that can speak some Japanese, even though that's not really important. It's not, if you just speak basic English to people, for the most part, they're gonna understand you. But I have that responsibility now, so I'm just like, fuck, okay. And there's like 9 cities. There's like 9 stops I gotta plan. Plus, I gotta buy tickets to Disneyland Tokyo, and all this other stuff. So I'm just like, okay, I have to buckle down and do that. So those are like the 2 things that I've been spending a ton of time on in my free time. But yeah, I think that's all that I had. And now that we're an hour in, I think we can go ahead and get to the news. All right. Okay, so first up, it's one of those point and laugh kind of studies. British study on how gay porn contributed to European culture receives $1 million in public research funding. The largest public funder of research and innovation in the United Kingdom has allocated millions of dollars funding projects studying different forms of gay sex. One study, which received over $1 million in funding from the Arts and Humanities Research Council, aims to explore the connection between gay porn and gay identities from 1945 to 2000. The AHRC is an arm of the United Kingdom Research and Innovation that helps direct funding to research projects related to philosophy and other creative industries nationwide. All you UK bros in chat, this is where your tax dollars are going.
Yikes.
Our research addresses some of society's biggest challenges, such as tackling modern slavery, exploring the ethical implications of artificial intelligence, and understanding what it is to be human. Yeah, I don't think that how does gay porn contribute to our society fits into that. While the UCRI does fund a diverse range of research topics, including early cancer diagnosis and other health and cultural related issues, in the last few years, the organization has also allocated millions of dollars to research subjects related to homosexuality, gay sex, and pornography. One study led by John Mercer, professor of gender and sexuality at Birmingham City University, whose research focuses on, quote, the connections between gay pornography and the making of a gay identity. Unpacks the impact gay porn had on helping homosexual men develop a sense of belonging in post-World War II Europe. The project, titled The Europe That Gay Porn Built, 1945 to 2000, received nearly 1.1 million USD from the AHRC and aims to plot out, quote, European networks of production, circulation, and consumption of gay erotica and porn magazines published between the end of World War II and the turn of the 21st century, to develop a cultural study of Europe as imagined by gay men. The study co-authored... As imagined.
Is it interesting, mix of words?
The study, co-authored by Professor of Gender Studies at Linköping University... Oh, Jesus. João Florencio, and the University of Exeter Professor Jana Funk, will center on archival research from across Europe to produce, quote, visual discourse analyses of gay porn magazines published between 1945 and 2000 that were published in those countries. This is a 4-year research project, The Europe That Gay Porn Built, with an amazing team of colleagues. This is not the first time the AHRC has awarded research grants for conducting studies about gay sex and pornography. From 2019 to 2021, Florencio was given $250,000 by the AHRC to research masculinity and the ethics of porosity in post-AIDS gay porn from 2019 to 2021. Pig is a term used by gay men to describe sexual practices that include pushing the limits of the body and of its integrity through relentless condomless penetrations, stretching of the rectal sphincter, and exchanges of all kinds of bodily fluids. His research aimed to unpack the ethics of gay men living out their pig masculinities in a post-AIDS world, where modern medicine has made it possible to have unprotected sex without transmitting the virus. I love how they say it's the virus. They don't have to say the name of the virus if you know what it is. The introduction of highly active antiretroviral therapies, there we go, and viral load testing in 1996 made HIV infection a long-term chronic condition and led to a radical transformation in the lives, identities, and sexual practices of gay men. Similarly, Mercer supervised another study funded by the AHRC analyzing sexual play in queer pornographic video games. How many of those are there? Which investigated how gay adult video games structure sexual agency for its players. I mean, it's probably buried in like the shovelware part of Steam somewhere. Who knows? Mercer also...
There's lots of gay stuff in like the furry porn games.
That's true.
That counts.
Mercer also recently received just over $40,000 from the AHRC for a study exploring, quote, debates around the contemporary sexualization of masculinity and how policymakers, the media, sexual health educators, and the general public should concern themselves with reconceptualizing ways masculinity and the male body is sexualized within popular culture. The UKRI is sponsored by the Department for Business, Energy, and Industrial Strategy and primarily receives its funding through tax dollars. In the 2022 to 2023 fiscal year, the organization was allocated a budget of over $10 billion by the UK government. There's a whole thing. There's a whole thing in academia. It's a concept called academic laundering, and where basically quote unquote academics, they carve out some bullshit niche, and they basically scam grant foundations like this AHRC into giving that they basically live and die on grant money. That's how actually almost all of research project out of academia works, through grant money. Like the way that these things are doled out, because so I have a master's degree, and I had to do this. I had to do this. I did a joint study between two universities, and I had to apply to get a portion of a grant to do my research for my master's thesis from the other university that I was working with, to basically fund my project, essentially. And the way that you're taught to like write grant proposals is to basically say, this is what I need, and you're an idiot if you don't give it to me. That's essentially like the mentality you have to have when you write grant money. You're basically because what you're doing is you're literally writing a proposal to the people that have the money on why they should give you money for the research that you're doing. That's what it is. And the best way
That's a really, really weird way to ask for it.
Yeah. That's the, like, obviously you don't say you're an idiot for doing it. You say things like, this is, it is crucial that the things, because of this, and this, and without this, this could happen, blah, 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 blah. You basically make them feel dumb if they don't give it to you. And a lot of these grant organizations are ideologically driven. So, like, this guy, what's his name? Florentino has obviously carved out like a relationship with this AHRC, someone with like a few people in the AHRC that actually hand this money out to basically fund his bullshit. That's what this is. Because you have to remember, grants are not loans. You don't have to pay them back. They're gifts. And there's a lot. There is a ton of what's called academic laundering. You remember the Claudine Gay controversy, the dean of Harvard, who got outed out of her position because she was basically discovered as a plagiarist? She, by the time she had become dean, had only published like 10 papers, which is insanely low. Like, academics, their credibility is built around how many citations and publications that they have across academia. If you only have 10 papers, you have no published, and the vast majority of those published were co-authored. She didn't even solo author them. 10 is nothing. Like, you should be doing anywhere between like 3 or 4 a year. So if you only have 10, that means that you've been doing it at a proper pace for about a couple years, which does not qualify you at all to become the dean of a college, especially one as prestigious as fucking Harvard, which is not very prestigious at all anymore. So she basically got outed as a plagiarist DEI hire, and she had to resign and shit like that. But where do they publish? They publish in these journals, and these journals are typically, you have to basically be within the academic sphere to get access to these journals. Otherwise, you have to pay through the nose to get access to journal articles. Like, when I was at school, like, I had special access to all of like these online backdoors into all of these different journal search systems. So, like, if I'm doing like whatever I was doing my research on, I could like go into these backdoors basically and find other papers about similar topics that I could use as citations or proof of one thing or another, these kinds of things. If I was outside academia, I would have to pay through the nose to get access to something like that, like thousands of dollars, essentially. Like these, and you can like also subscribe to individual journals. And each subscription, you're paying hundreds of dollars a year for access to just one journal. And there are literally thousands and thousands of these journals. And all the journals have their own like little specialties and stuff like that. And so academic laundering is basically, you get a bunch of people who are in charge of peer review on top of the people who basically are in charge of what does and doesn't get published inside their journal. And you basically just take a bunch of bullshit and basically like bullshit studies, and then you get them published through these interconnections with people who are corrupt into otherwise legitimate journals. So your bullshit article appears next to a credible article, and now because it's next to a credible article, it becomes credible, which is why it's called laundering, because that's what laundering money is, right? You mix the bad in with the good, and everything becomes good. And it's like a massive problem. This is the same thing. Do you remember that big scandal where like James Lindsay and Peter Boghossian and Helen Pluckrose wrote a bunch of fake studies and then got them published and even won awards for a couple of them like a few years ago, just to prove like how corrupt and bullshit these journals are? Yeah, so like I'll have to go.
I don't like keep up with this stuff, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I can go into detail later. But like they wrote, like one of the studies is they took a chapter out of Mein Kampf, and they just changed the wording to like feminist wording, and they got praised and published for it. And they also did like the one they got like all the awards on was like like
I'm not surprised though.
Yeah.
The lefties are literally they're literally the thing they claim to hate.
Well, they basically just prove that a lot of these studies, like these departments, like anything that ends in studies, like sex studies, gender studies, fat studies, African American studies, anything that ends in studies is basically a corrupt leftist propaganda bullshit department. And that's what they did is they got all these, they made all these fake papers and then managed to get them published because they knew that so long as they looked like ideological fellow travelers, they would get published. And they did a really good job of proving that to be the case. So that's what this kind of reminds me of. This feels like academic laundering. He's basically gaming the grant system to fund his bullshit. And because his bullshit is getting published alongside otherwise legitimate stuff, he gets to keep getting grant money. But this kind of shit though, this is rampant. There are Twitter pages, Twitter profiles where all they do is just publish the names of research titles, like published research titles, and how much money and grant money was used to fund that research. And it's just nothing. And it's just nothing but these insane bullshit studies and the millions and millions of dollars that are wasted on trash, basically to fuel the bullshit academia grift. Essentially. So
yeah, that's insane to me.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess thought that this was like an interesting example of that, and I wanted to talk about it. Let me see here.
Yeah.
Next, kind of on a similar topic, UN official calls for female-only sports categories after women athletes lose 890 medals to trans opponents.
Lamau.
So
that's a lot.
That's a lot. So whatever you say, like, bro, like never happens. It's only happened like 6 times. It's like, no, it's happened literally almost 1,000 times already.
Yeah, because here's the thing. You have to remember, like, for a trans person, you get to the point where they're competing at like the high levels, where like the quote unquote 6 times where it's happened, right? You have to compete your way to that level.
Yep.
Right? Like before you show up on the world stage and everyone recognizes, like, oh my god, there's a trans person at the Olympics, blah blah blah. Oh my god, there's like a trans person at the world championship. You understand how many like
local things they had to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like how many like local things, how many national things, right? They have to go through before they actually get to like the international stage, right? Just in how many people's dreams they have to crush on the way to get there. I'll give you a hint. It's not just the one person that they beat at the end.
Yep. A new study revealed that trans-identified biological men competing in women's sports has resulted in the loss of 890 medals by over 600 female athletes across 29 different sports, although experts said the numbers are likely much higher. The shocking data comes from a recent report published by Reem Al-Salim, the UN Special Rapporteur. The fuck? Why is it spelled like that? UN Special Rapporteur on violence against women and girls, who issued an official recommendation of banning men from competing in women's sports. Now, this is particularly damning because this is coming from the UN, which isn't exactly a right-wing institution. You know?
No, it's not.
It's a very leftist, globo-homo institution. So the fact that they are saying, like, we need to ban this shit, like, that's damning. It issued an official recommendation of banning men from competing in women's sports. The report was presented into the UN General Assembly on October 8th, which included a plethora of written and in-person evidence. She advised there needs to be a protected female-only category to ensure the safety of female athletes and fairness at all levels, and reported by Sex Matters. Al-Salim called on the Assembly to ensure that, quote, female categories in organized sport are exclusively accessible to persons whose biological sex is female. The fact that we have to do all this is insane to me. Like, yeah. I still to this day cannot believe how far this insanity was able to fucking travel across Western institutions. Like, it's so clearly bullshit, like, on the face of it, and yet it managed to just pulverize into every fucking institution across the Western Hemisphere. It's insane to me. To the point where now we're, like, circling back, like, they're going, oh, wait a minute, maybe we should limit female sports to actual females. It's like, yeah, no shit, you fucking retards. It's like they're spending millions of dollars on these studies that you could have asked any normal person with common sense for free. You know? She said that new sporting categories need to be created for athletes who want to compete opposite their birth sex, or have the men's category be made available to all competitors. The UN official stated that athletes should not be forced to lower testosterone levels in order to compete in any category. She also said that sports bodies should not subject athletes to invasive sex screenings. In cases where the sex of an athlete is unknown or uncertain, a dignified, swift, non-invasive, and accurate sex screening method, just kind of brushing against the cock, you know, such as a cheek swab, or where necessary for exceptional reasons, genetic testing, again, you know, just look down, should be applied to confirm the athlete's sex. In non-professional sports spaces, the original birth certificates for verification may be appropriate. Oh, they're going to force them to detonate themselves. In some exceptional circumstances, such tests may need to be followed up by more complex tests. This sounds like the same argument that, remember that boxer in the recent Olympics in Paris was like an intersex dude that got a bunch of, like, a lot of controversy surrounding him.
No, so the whole thing with that one was that they are a woman, but they have what is it?
It was like it was like a very rare case of intersex or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah. So what it is that they have XX chromosomes. They are a woman, right? It's just that their body produces testosterone as if they were a man.
Right. So like this, yeah. So that's this. I think that's where this paragraph comes into play.
Yeah.
Also, Lim called out the International Olympics Committee and said that had it followed this protocol, the 2024 Paris Olympics boxing scandal never would have happened. Wow, I did not read that. I did not read that, I promise. The IOC determines an athlete's sporting category based on whatever sex the athlete has listed on its passport. During the Olympics, 2 competitors in women's boxers were believed to be men, though their passports said they were female, and there was no indication that they identified as trans. They were believed by some to have DSD, or differences in sexual development, though they had male XY chromosomes. Additionally, the report revealed that men competing in women's sports pose a serious safety threat to female athletes, increasing violence at all levels. Yeah, I think the first instance of this was like the Fallon Fox controversy in the UFC, where there was like a guy who was like a male all the way up to like the age of like his early 30s and decided to transition at like in his early 30s. Yeah, didn't tell anybody and was like cracking women's skulls in the UFC.
Yeah, there's the only example I can think of was there was one case recently, right, where they what was it? I think this actually might have been in Florida, where they went after this like young quote unquote girl, right, who was in like volleyball, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking like a literal fucking teenager, like middle school.
Oh, yeah. I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. And I remember like people were like, "Oh my god, yeah, like it makes sense the cops went after them." It's just like, okay, look, here's the thing. On one, because everyone's like, "Oh my god, the cops are like so like blah blah blah. That's so ridiculous. I can't believe like asked like children what their genitals are so much for like protect the children." It's like, okay, this individual child's safety and comfort does not take place over the comfort of everyone else around them.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the truth. Over all the other children around them. They, by merely existing, pose a safety risk to all the people around them. An investigation was done. If they found out that everyone was cool with this person, no one had any issues with this child. The child was started transitioning really, really early, right? They're a fucking child. Right? The only criminal here is their fucking parents for doing this to them at such an early age. But whatever the case is, they're happy. People around them are happy. No one is uncomfortable, right? Because this person completely passes, right? Fuck it. Leave it alone, right? But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean the investigation shouldn't have been done, right? The point of doing an investigation isn't to get someone in trouble, it's to find out if someone needs to be in trouble.
Right.
That's the whole point of it. So, did the investigation, found everything's cool. Alright, that's it! Leave it! That's it! That's it! But these investigations should happen. Right?
And not just that, but like, and that thing that women are there actually is a swath. I don't have it pulled up here, but there is. It happened at University of Nevada, Reno, UNR, where I think it was the volleyball team. They basically refused to play because the other team had a trans person on it, and apparently that's like it was like in solidarity with like a bunch of other teams that like refused to play. So like girls are finally like, and the UNR basically said that like that was an unsanctioned thing, and the event will still happen. They just won't show up to the event essentially, because UNR honestly they don't want to get into legal trouble. Is the thing, because now the laws are written to like incorporate this crazy shit. I swear, like the positive affirmation, self ID is like the worst fucking idea that ever happened in this kind of space. That never should have been allowed to fly.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's just interesting how like it really does seem like there was also another study that came out recently. Actually, it didn't come out recently. The whole controversy was that it didn't come out. Actually, you might be able to look it up, where there was this long-term study done in, I think it was the UK, and the doctor who did the study did it to basically
I heard about this.
Yeah, she did it to prove that puberty blockers didn't affect children, and the study ended up like unequivocally proving that it actually did harm children, and so she didn't publish this study out of fear it would be politicized. You know, it's like
let me translate that into real human language. She was worried that it would cost her money.
Yeah, that's the thing, because unfortunately this shit has gone on and it happened so fast and infiltrated all the institutions so damn fast that there's now like a whole cottage industry, like hundreds of billions of dollars industry, built around transing kids. Now that doesn't mean like cutting their nuts and stuff off. That means getting them started on like puberty blockers and shit like that.
Yeah.
And
here's the thing, right? You get them started on stuff that fucks with their hormones, right?
Mm-hmm.
That leads to them having other mental issues. So now you get them started on that too, right? At some point now you have them on hormone blockers, you have them on antipsychotics, you have them on antidepressants, right? And you're getting paid for all these things that you're giving them. And you're not working towards them coming off of these things, you're working towards them needing them more.
It's a patient for life. The moment you get them on the path, they become a patient for life. And that's where that's why it's like a cottage billion-dollar industry. Yep. Yeah, it's
and obviously, like, once you got them to the point where they want to like have surgeries and shit, well, now you have them on like all these different other medications they need just to maintain their fucking false appendage.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like instilling like a sunken cost fallacy within them as fast as possible. But it's not like it's not like a sunken cost fallacy. It's literally like putting them on. It's
actively crippling someone so that you can then charge them for the treatment.
Yeah, exactly.
And pretend like you're the hero. It's insane. This is why, dude. This is why we stopped taking my brother to therapy. My brother doesn't get therapy anymore, and it sucks because he has a real bad like anxiety issue, right? But it's just one of those things where it's like the therapist out of nowhere was like, "Oh, do you ever think about like kissing boys?" It's like, what? No. It's like, well, don't worry. Like, I'm not saying you're gay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking you if you've ever explored the possibility that you might be, right? That might be why you're anxious, right? And it's just like trying to get like he was just super uncomfortable because he just like it's just not a thing that he at the time he was like still in middle school. It's like sex isn't a thing he thinks about. So being asked by a grown woman if he
Mhm.
thinks about having sex with other boys is fucking ridiculous.
Not only
Right.
that, but it's like
And-
another form of conversion therapy too.
Yeah, literally.
Which is illegal.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing that people don't realize. There is a term in psychology called the mere exposure effect, right? Which is the main psychological phenomenon that is the basis of advertisement. The reason why people paid for advertisements constantly being like in your face on every site, everywhere, all the time, even though people hate them, even though people are sick of them, is because they know that the more you're exposed to an advertisement, even if you don't like it, eventually, from just being quote-unquote merely exposed to it, you will eventually start to warm up to it and be like, you know what, fuck it, I'll try it. And that's like the main psychological phenomenon off of which advertisement as a whole is based off.
Yeah,
That's
it's
why you
just
have
name
product placement
recognition.
in movies. Yeah, that's why you have product placement in movies. That's why you put you have billboards. That's why you have ads in the corner of everything. Because from you just seeing it for like a moment and being like, ugh, stupid Coke ad, right?
Yeah.
You move on, and then and then you see Coke on the commercial, someone's drinking Coke, and you're like, no, I don't like Coke, right? And then you see it on the billboard, and then from being exposed to it over and over again, eventually you'll try it, right? Commercials on TV were also built around the system, right? Where it's like you see this deal over and over again on the TV, right? It's like, man, I've been seeing it for months, right? That must mean that it's like a good product, right?
Mhm.
Like people are buying it, otherwise they wouldn't keep running ads for it, right? And you know what? It's a good deal. Fuck it, I'll buy it, right? Like eventually they get you.
Well, the
because
thing
you
is
keep being exposed to the thing.
when you see something that you're annoyed by, that's typically because you're not in the market for that kind of thing. But the thing is
Yeah.
that if that name is burned into your mind, the moment you get on the market, that's the
You're
first
gonna
name
buy
that you're
that
gonna think of.
Yeah, exactly.
So
And so
yeah.
that's the thing with the mere exposure effect. You start with a negative enough perception, it will actually increase your negative perception. No, it depends. It really does depend. But most of the time, that's how it works. That's a genuine psychological trauma. Even if you start negative and you don't like it,
Mhm.
you'd be surprised how easy it is to burn it into your mind as oh, this is the product. Oh, if I ever need this, I'm gonna get this. Right?
Yeah,
You see what I just said?
everybody hates
if you
everybody hates lawyers until you need one. You know.
If you start with a negative enough perception, it will actually increase your negative perception. Again, I don't think so. I actually disagree with you on that. I think you'd be surprised how incredibly strong the mere exposure effect is. Where even things that you don't like, eventually, if you see it enough, you'll warm up to it. And so that's the same kind of concept behind the way that they do this sort of thing, where they just oh, I'm just gonna innocently present the idea that you might be gay, right? And then we'll talk about it. And then yeah, you've never thought about having sex with boys, but think about it now. What do you think? How does it make you feel? Right? You uncomfortable? Why are you uncomfortable with it?
Very grooming behavior.
Yeah, it's literally grooming.
Yeah.
And so, again, it's one of those things where it's he only found out because my mom's a fucking psycho and basically recorded his calls with his, which you're not supposed to do, by the way. The reason why your parent is not supposed to be in the know of, or at least your child isn't supposed to know that your parent is in communication with the with your psychologist, right, with your therapist, is so that the child can feel comfortable telling them stuff that they normally wouldn't tell their parent.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually where a lot of trauma comes from. It's stuff that you don't feel like you can tell your parents. You don't have that level of trust with them. Or because they live with you, right? So however they're, even if you do trust them, but you just you feel oh, they might react negatively, or whatever, right? You're less likely to tell them, and so that's kind of the whole point. And so my mom's a fucking psycho and would record his stuff, which I didn't like until this happened. And I was like, you know what? I'm glad she did, because this lady was straight up trying to groom my brother into thinking he's gay.
Yeah.
Before he was even again, sexually interested. He was only just starting to think of girls romantically.
Yeah, and it really is it's predatory behavior. It's absolutely predatory behavior. It's because you're literally basically brainwashing vulnerable kids, which is disgusting.
I'm not saying that all psychologists are like this, but a non-insignificant part of the industry is like this.
Mm-hmm.
My mom used to work in behavioral therapy for like kids with like autism and shit, and she stopped doing it because, yeah, it pays well, but it's like actually she didn't stop doing it. She started only doing it with her friend's son, rather than continuing to like do it like with other kids, just because like she knows that her friend's son is fine. She's just doing it to get money.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, like, you're supposed to. They literally instructed her to lie on the, like, papers and stuff and say that even though the kid behaved well, that he misbehaves every now and then. So, like, that you can continue to validate being him as a client.
Ugh.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, the whole thing stinks.
And that's how, like, this is why I don't go to the fucking hospital. That's why I don't go to the doctor. I don't trust doctors anymore. I don't trust psychologists anymore. Because the odds of getting a good one is slim.
Mm-hmm. They see you as dollar signs, as not as people. That's why, like, so many people are over-medicated. They just, like, default to prescribing shit, you know? Because they're just cash cows.
Dude, like, for all of the, like, breathing issues and stuff that I've had over the last several years, you remember that I had, like, breathing issues, I had, like, rashes?
Yeah.
I'd go, and they'd be like, well, we don't know what's wrong with you, but take all these pills. That's ridiculous.
That's so stupid.
I had a day, this is back in 2022, when I was working, not as a manager, but when I went back to GameStop as a key holder for, like, my local GameStop, just for, like, the holiday. I had this day that, like, I was feeling really bad, I went home, and then I don't even think I actually, like, took a shit. I just bled out of my asshole for, like, a solid minute, and I almost passed out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know what, I still don't know what the fuck was wrong with me, because I went to the hospital. It was bad enough that I literally almost passed out, and I was faint. I was feeling faint for, like, the rest of the day, and I had to go to the hospital. I spent a ridiculous amount of time there because they just don't have doctors. No one wants to be a doctor because you could do a fucking nurse practitioner course in half the fucking time and make like
Almost.
More than enough money to be okay.
Yeah.
Right? And you can still prescribe things. You can still like they don't need doctors, quote unquote. Right? You could just talk to a nurse practitioner and they got you covered, right? Even though they clearly haven't done any of like the years of time that it takes to do that. And so, like, yeah, they did like you know they did like blood work. Completely fucked up my blood work, by the way. I was like bleeding out of my arm the entire time I was there, just slowly. Luckily, I don't bleed much, but I was just slowly dripping blood out of me from where they put the fucking needle because they fucked it up and it almost went through my fucking like it bent when it went in and it almost went out my arm again, but it didn't.
Fucking
That's
sticking a
like
fish hook in you.
Yeah, basically. I was freaking out the whole time because I'm really bad with like bleeding, but like and luckily I don't bleed a lot.
Yeah.
And like the doctor comes in and he's like, oh, like do you mind if I have these like students like watch while I check your asshole for hemorrhoids? And I was like, okay, I don't fucking care. Go ahead. And so I just laid down and he checked my butt and he was like, there's no hemorrhoids. And I was like, well, okay. Did you like? Because they had me do like blood work. They had me do like fucking EKG. They had me do like all sorts of fucking tests. And I was like, okay, well, you did a bunch of other tests. Like, what came back? And it's like, oh, you're fine. So what happened? He was like, I don't know. I was like, okay. He's like, just take these. Like, but you just said you don't know what I have. It's like, yeah, but just in case. And just prescribed me like 3 different meds.
Oh my god. Because he gets a kickback for every subscription that he gives. It's
yeah, exactly.
Like they're basically just all like incentivized monetarily to do unethical shit. That it's
yeah, exactly.
That's honestly one of the reasons that I want I want Trump to win, because RFK Jr. is going to basically be put in charge of like a lot of medical shit. Like I would, you know what I mean? Because he's got that whole "Make America Healthy Again" thing. And I was like, oh my god, I would love to see RFK just run roughshod over our medical institutions.
Dude, same.
I mean, that's a pipe dream. I don't think he's going to be as effective as we want him to be, but still.
Yeah.
I'd like to see how far he can go.
Just,
you know?
It's really annoying. But we reached the point where, like, after that, I don't think I've been to the hospital since. For myself.
I don't blame you.
Because it's just like, dude, like, if unless I'm, like, literally dying...
Mm-hmm.
Actually, honestly, even if I'm literally dying, I'd rather fucking die at home. I'd rather fucking die at home. Because here's the thing. They're still implementing the whole mask bullshit in some hospitals.
Oh, I know.
Why? I don't know. But they're still implementing the fucking mask mask bullshit, as if, like, we were, like, some fucking crisis still. Dude, it's ridiculous. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh no, you can't have a family member with you because, like, you know, COVID. It's like, the fuck do you mean COVID?
Yeah. The fuck do you mean
what
COVID?
What year do you live in?
Who the fuck gives a shit about COVID anymore? What the fuck? Go.
I still stand by the fact that COVID was mostly a hoax. Sorry. I stand by that. I genuinely believe that most COVID patients died to ventilators, not COVID.
Well, a lot of them died of the flu. Because you notice that, like, I'm gonna fucking get my channel deleted for this. But, like, how many fucking, like, suddenly there were, like, 0 flu deaths? Did you notice that? It's like, why do I have a feeling? Because that's the thing, like, hospitals were incentivized. Like, they got, like, a certain number of funding based on how many COVID patients they have. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's like, it's like every single person, they would get tacked on with, you know, dying whatever they're dying of. Oh, yeah, plus COVID. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that they get money. It's like they're incentivized to do unethical things, and it's fucking awful. Yeah. I do want to move on soon, so this is gonna be the last story. Go ahead.
Okay. Wait, I have one last thing. But my when I had COVID, my like general doctor, right, like the one I've been seeing since I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
He basically he was like, oh, you have COVID? I was like, yeah. I was like, okay, don't go to the hospital. Just go home. Just like sit it out. And I was like, why? Like, what if I feel bad? He's like, just sit it out. Trust me, you'll be fine. It's nothing special. It's just a flu. You do not want to go to the hospital, right? And he was really adamant about that. I always thought that was weird. And then I heard later on about like all like the stuff like the ventilators and shit, and I was like, that's fine.
Yeah, they were like, it was common knowledge that
they're
like
literally
if you got
killing people.
Yeah.
And then being like, it was COVID.
Yeah, and there was like, it was well documented. Like they were like people like it was like a normal thing. Like if you get put on a ventilator in the COVID area, you were dead. Like that was just like the normal thing. But yeah, that's what we did. I celebrated Christmas. I had a very COVID Christmas with me and my family, me and my mom and dad, because all had COVID together. We had fun. We were fine.
COVID
you know, my mom had like a day where she had like really bad headaches all day, and my dad just basically had like a mild flu-like symptoms, and then I just lost my sense of taste and smell.
I lost that for like almost a year.
I know you had like I remember you saying that.
It was fucking terrible.
But we're gonna stay on the medical.
Let's move on.
We're gonna stay on the medical theme here. Transplant donor wakes up on operating table as doctors prepare to remove his heart in a nightmare scenario.
That's insane,
dude. A nightmare scenario played out at a Kentucky hospital as a transplant donor woke up on the operating table just as doctors were preparing to remove his heart, according to witnesses. Thomas T.J. Hoover was taken to Baptist Health Richmond Hospital in Kentucky in October 2021 after overdosing on drugs. Doctors declared him brain dead and proceeded to conduct tests to see whether his organs were worth harvesting. Natasha Miller was one of the people tasked with preserving organs at Baptist Health Richmond Hospital that day. She told the publication that when nurses wheeled Hoover, 36, into the room, he seemed still very much alive. He was moving around, kind of thrashing, Miller told NPR, and then when we went over there, you could see he had tears coming down. He was crying visibly. His condition shocked several people in the operating room and caused 2 doctors tasked with the procedures to refuse to participate. Most sickening of all, Miller says she overheard the case coordinator for Kentucky organ donor affiliates callously request new doctors to perform the unethical procedure. Basically kill him on the operating table while he was still conscious.
What the fuck?
So that they could harvest his organs. So the coordinator calls the supervisor at the time, and she was saying that he was telling her that she needed to, quote, find another doctor to do it. That we're going to do this case. She needs to find someone else. Another CODA worker says that while reviewing Hoover's case, she made a jarring discovery. Nicoletta Martin said she was shocked to find out that the donor had previously showed signs of life as doctors examined his heart to see if it was viable for transplantation. The donor had woken up during his procedure that morning for a cardiac catheterization, and he was thrashing around on the table. According to case file records, the Hippocratic Oath takers merely sedated the struggling Hoover when he arose, and proceeded with their plans to harvest his organs. The incident caused several members of the CODA team to resign. "I dedicated my entire life to organ donation and transplant," Martin told NPR. "It's very scary to me now that these things are allowed to happen and there's not more in place to protect donors." Yeah, you know that whole thing about, like, don't be an organ donor because all you're basically signing up for is any reason for them to kill you and harvest your organs? Have you ever heard that? Like conspiracy?
Yeah.
Like, if they find out that, if, like, the EMTs on the scene of a car accident find out that you're an organ donor, they're not gonna work as hard to make sure that you stay alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hoover's sister says the overdose victim opened his eyes while being wheeled from an intensive care unit into an operating room, but she was told that the movement was reflexive and didn't mean Hoover was still alive. It was his way of letting us know, hey, I'm still here, Hoover's older sister and current legal guardian said. CODA officials have denied that any member of their organization instructed doctors to proceed with an organ harvesting operation on a living patient. Kentucky State Attorney General said investigators were reviewing the matter. The Federal Health Resources and Services Administration is also investigating the allegations. Hoover survived and is currently living with his sister. He has made a marvelous recovery, though he still has some issues with his memory, walking, and talking. Whew. That's fucking terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Also, what the hell am I watching here? Oh, this is somebody's getting struck by lightning. Surviving a lightning strike. The videos just kind of randomly play on New York Post site. So, like, the video isn't necessarily, like, related to the article, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
Let's see. There's one more medical one that I had. Oh, here we go. Texas woman goes blind after common contact lens mistake led to parasites burrowing into her eyeball.
What?
Oh, God. This is one of those, like, remember the toilet snake story that we read?
This is why I don't wear contact lenses.
Yeah, this is one of those.
That and because I'm allergic. I would tear out my fucking cornea in like a day.
A Texas woman left blind in her right eye is urging others not to make the same mistake she did with contact lenses. Brooklyn McCasley, 23, began experiencing the worst pain she'd ever felt a few days after a trip to the beach with friends in Alabama in August. That's where you're going. The barista was first told by doctors she just had sand in her eye. Then they blamed a common infection and gave her eye drops and antibiotics. Sounds like they just said, yeah, you just got pink eye. But the pain went on for weeks. The outer layer of her eye began clouding over with what her doctor assumed was damage from an infection. She was referred to a specialist who scanned her eye and saw flecks of white, cloudy material and determined that parasites had burrowed into the young woman's cornea. It is thought she contracted the parasites which live in tap water, oceans, and lakes after swimming in the sea with her contacts in. McCaslin said, if I could have avoided all this pain by not swimming in my contacts, then I would have done it. Very insightful. She had lost vision in her right eye and is awaiting an expensive transplant that only has a small chance of restoring her sight. The parasite, called Acanthamoeba, live in water and can get into the eye through microscopic tears in the cornea. The bugs are between 50 to 45 nanometers in size, about 5,000 times smaller than the width of a human hair. They burrow into the clear outer layer of McCaslin's eyeball and bred, multiplying and eating the healthy tissue there. Oh, God.
Ew!
An estimated 1,500 Americans get this sickness each year.
What's that? Is that an image?
Yeah. Are you sure?
I want to see.
An estimated 1,500 Americans get this sickness each year, according to the Cleveland Clinic. Roughly 90% of those cases occur in people who wear contact lenses. So this is... as such, eye doctors recommend against showering, swimming, or using a hot tub with your lenses in. When the pain began, McCaslin went to her optometrist, who diagnosed her with a common eye infection and started her on antibiotics, a steroid eye drop, and another eye drop for pain. So there's it's clouded over. Oh, man. The parasites burrow into the cornea and begin, causing sharp pain, cloudy visions, light sensitivity, and in some cases, blindness. The cloudiness pictured in this eye scan is the damage that the bugs have wrought on her cornea. Oh, man. She said it started with pain that felt like glass was in your eye. Then her vision started going blurry after several weeks. They still didn't have anything. They were still just shooting in the dark, which was really frustrating. I remember praying. Oh, God. After about a month and a half of constant pain and no answers, McCaslin went to see a specialist whose office was 4 hours from her. There, after taking scans of her eye, they diagnosed her with acanthamoeba keratosis, the technical name for the infection. It was a shock, but also a relief to have everything answered for so long being misdiagnosed and not knowing what it is, and then getting it worse and being in pain. Sound familiar, Rosa?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah. If doctors catch the condition early enough, they can treat it easily with eye drops, which contain chlorine to kill the parasites. McCaslin has been put on a series of these eye drops, which contain some of the products also used to clean pools, which she must take every 30 minutes for the whole day. In about 40% of cases, doctors have to perform surgery, scraping the outside of the eye to remove the parasites and later repairing the area through transplant. Ugh, God. Ugh. McCaslin is one of the unlucky people who will likely have to get surgery. She's currently awaiting a $5,000 cornea transplant on top of a $62,000 bill for all the different medications. You just can't...
Yeah, I think when shit like that happens due to fucking negligence, I think the hospital fucking pay for it.
Yep, I agree.
Hot take.
Since this diagnosis, she's been reflecting on her nearly 2 decades of contact use. She said she's always worn them when showering and swimming, and also washed her contact case out with tap water. She recalled on previous visits to her optometrist, the doctor had asked her if she showered in her contacts. He replied, yeah, some people get away with it. It's not really a big deal. This was frustrating to hear to her, she said. That upset me, especially after finding out I did have it. She wants people to be aware that, though it's rare, this condition can affect anyone, even those who don't wear contacts. As a result of the debilitating condition, McCaslin was forced to leave work. The loss of vision in one eye has warped her depth perception. Hey, she's like Laura. And getting sunlight in her eyes is painful. Both aspects that make working in a well-lit cafe nearly impossible. So a friend set up a GoFundMe to help the young woman pay bills as she waits for surgery because Texas doesn't offer short-term disability. There you go.
That's ridiculous.
More medical bullshit, chat. There's a ton, by the way. If you go to Daily Mail, they have a whole section up here for health. You can find a fucking ton of shit on the site regarding to health.
Don't go to the hospital, chat. Just scoop your eye out and move on.
Don't go to the hospital. Die. Be a man.
Yeah.
Alright. Enough medical shit. Former Abercrombie and Fitch CEO Mike Jeffries arrested on sex trafficking charges. Is anyone Is anyone surprised? Mike Jeffries, a former CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, has been arrested on sex trafficking and interstate prostitution charges, prosecutors announced Tuesday. Jeffries was arrested in West Palm Beach, Florida. 2 associates, Matthew Smith of West Palm Beach and James Jacobson of Wisconsin, were also arrested in connection with sex trafficking charges. Jeffries and Smith made their initial court appearance in West Palm Beach on Tuesday afternoon. Jeffries, who was the controversial CEO of the popular clothing brand from 1992 to 2014, was released on $10 million bond later in the day. U.S. Magistrate Judge Bruce Reinhart ordered that he be confined to home detention with GPS monitoring, and that he cannot travel without approval and must surrender his passport. They're afraid of this guy fleeing the country, which, yeah, he has the money to do it. Smith, in the same courtroom, submitted to detention until the matter is heard in New York State. Jacobson was scheduled to appear in federal court in Islip along Jeffries for arraignment on Friday. Jeffries, Smith, and Jacobson each face a single count of sex trafficking, as well as 15 counts of interstate prostitution tied to 15 alleged victims. In court Tuesday, Jeffries, wearing a blue polo shirt and white shorts, was shackled in a jury box as he conferred with his attorney, Brian Bieber. A federal indictment alleges Jeffries, along with Smith, his romantic partner, and Jacobson, who is described as a recruiter, operated an international sex trafficking and prostitution business from 2008 to 2015. It alleges that they organized sex events in England, France, Italy, Morocco, St. Bart's, New York City, and the Hamptons for Jeffries, Smith, and others. Why is this sounding more and more like a P. Diddy case? They employed coercive, fraudulent, and deceptive tactics in connection with the recruitment, hiring, transportation, obtaining, maintaining, solicitation, and payment of the men to engage in commercial sex. The men who attended the events were led to believe that it could lead to modeling opportunities or help their careers, or that not complying with requests for certain acts during sex events could harm their careers. Now it's like this is like Harvey Weinstein, but for the fashion industry. What this sounds like.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, many of the victims, at least one of whom was as young as 19 years old. Well, at least none of them were minors. At least, we're finding.
That we know of.
Well, it says one was as young as 19, which suggests that that's the youngest. I guess. I don't know. Let's see. We're financially vulnerable and aspire to become models of the fashion industry, a notoriously cutthroat world. Indeed, some of the men they recruited had previously worked at Abercrombie stores or modeled for Abercrombie. The men were required to sign non-disclosure agreements and surrender their wallets and cell phones during the events. Jeffries, Smith, and Jacobson are also alleged to have recruited, hired, and paid an exclusive set of household staff members to facilitate and supervise the sex events. The staff members provided Jeffrey, Smith, and the men who attended with alcohol, muscle relaxants known as poppers, lubricant, Viagra, and condoms, among other items, the indictment says. Again, this sounds a lot like a P. Diddy event now.
Yeah. You know what's crazy?
Hmm.
One of the places that I applied to and almost worked at was Abercrombie and Fitch.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Either Jacob said or the staff members paid the men for attending the sex events, it says. The trio employed a full-service security company to administer non-disclosure agreements, conduct background checks, and monitor, and if necessary, intimidate victims, prosecutors alleged in the detention memo. On occasion, when witnesses threatened to expose or sue them, Jeffries and Smith relied on the services of a security company to surveil and intimidate those individuals, thereby securing their silence. The trio used burner phones for communication. Breon Peace, the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, said at a news conference that Jeffries and Smith spent millions on the sex trafficking enterprise, from paying staff members to paying for travel to paying to maintain secrecy. The detention memo says some victims were paid directly in cash that amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Peace said the operation used a referral system and interview process during which the men who were allegedly preyed upon were not informed about the details of the sex events before they attended. During those tryouts of potential candidates, Jacobson typically had candidates first engage in commercial sex acts with him, the indictment says. At the events, the men were pressured to drink and consume poppers, and on more than one occasion when men did not or could not consent, Jeffries and Smith violated the bodily integrity of these men by subjecting them or continuing to subject them to invasive sexual and violent contact by body parts and other objects. This goes on a bit more, but I think you get the point.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ.
But honestly, I'm not surprised at all, because the fashion industry has been known for a long time to be a den of this disgusting kind of shit. Like, do you remember the whole Balenciaga controversy that Blair White like blew up all over the world, pretty much? That's what this reminds me of. Like, the fashion industry is ripe with this kind of creepy, borderline pedo kind of shit,
Yeah.
But like it reminded me of like a combination of like Balenciaga and like the Harvey Weinstein. So it's like I just thought this was like, well, here we go again. Reset the clock. Is anybody really surprised by this? No. I mean the casting couch done on an industrial scale. Yeah, it's what it is. Anyway, it just gets gross. I don't need to go into it. I think you get the point. But yeah, just more of the same,
Classic.
What do we got here? Okay, we got a lot to go through still. So, let's lighten the mood a little bit.
Buggy.
Fisherman's incredibly rare encounter with crazy creature off Aussie coast.
I saw it on Twitter.
Yeah, do you know what this is? I actually knew what it was, like, before I even read the article.
It's a doomfish.
A doomfish?
It's called, right?
It's called an oarfish. With these...
Am I thinking of the wrong thing?
Maybe? I don't know. It might be the same thing. But I knew that this was an oarfish the moment that I saw it, because I played Endless Ocean for the Wii, and I learned what an oarfish looks like from that game, and I was like, yeah, that's an oarfish. So...
Yeah. I first thought like a fucking had like a horse head, but then somebody pointed out that its mouth is like out. Basically.
Yeah.
That's like the inside of its mouth.
Mm-hmm. A remarkable catch by two young fishermen has left Aussies in awe, with some admitting they've never seen anything like it before, and that's probably because the long, slender fish with a horse-like head is hard to come by. An expert told Yahoo News Australia. Of course it's an Australia thing, too.
Yeah, Lama.
A photo of the catch was shared on social media last week, showing two top-end skippers holding the mammoth creature, known as an oarfish. There are only 3 species, with the giant oarfish growing to 8 meters in length. The marine biologist said that if people ever do see one, it's usually washed ashore already dead. Yeah, these things are highly elusive. They inhabit pretty much the entire ocean to tropical or temperate oceans in waters below 250 meters, so we rarely see them. Yeah, they're deep ocean creatures. That's why, like, catching one alive is, like, never happens. But the image was shared on Facebook by TV Islands Adventures and shared by Fishing Australia TV. Many liken the giant fish to a seahorse or mystical creature. The fisherman described it as a crazy creature. Giant seahorse, said someone commenting on the photo. Surely, if it's this big thing from it's the big thing from the never-ending story. Another said, noting the iconic 80s film, they're also at the center of many urban myths and legends. Oarfish turn up before disasters, old Japanese saying, said one. It's a bad omen, suggests another.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's why they're called the
doomsday
fish.
Yeah. So if you see them, it's because, yeah, bad things are about to happen. Right there. Often referred to as a doomsday fish for this reason. Speaking to Yahoo, Professor Brown said, in the past, people believe they rode through the water with their pectoral fins. But in fact, they undulate their dorsal fin to move. It may be that these fish are the source of the sea serpent tails. Few oarfish sightings reported in Australia. Despite the historical references, however, not much is known about them. In fact, it's not exactly clear where they are known to frequent. It's thought that they are found worldwide in all tropical and temperate marine waters, although without many sightings, it's hard to know for sure. In Australia, there have been few public sightings, according to the Australian Museum. Mostly around the northern states, including New South Wales, Tasmania, South Australia, and southern WA. I don't know what West Australia? I don't know. There have also been no recording sightings at the top end until now. So, yeah, just a very, very rare fish got caught. That's the story. Oh, here's one that you'll be happy about. Foreign national who allegedly raped female minor found dead, and you're gonna love the way he was found. A foreign national seeking asylum in the United States allegedly raped an underage female minor repeatedly for years before being recently found dead hanging from a tree in a Bronx park in New York City.
Beautiful.
They strung this dude up. They lynched this dude, and hung him and they hung him in Central Park.
That's glorious.
Anonymous law enforcement. I knew you'd like it. Anonymous law enforcement sources told the New York Post on Thursday that 43-year-old Manuel Delgado, an asylum seeker from Peru, who had lived in New York City for less than a year before his death, allegedly committed suicide at Pelham Bay Park on October 9th. The sources indicate that the foreign national committed suicide after his family learned of his alleged relationship with a teenage relative and reported the situation to local law and police authorities. The New York Post reported that police investigators advised the teenager to call the 43-year-old asylum seeker while they taped the conversation. During the phone call, the teenager told Delgado she was going to report him to the police. In response, Delgado said he wanted to meet her at, quote, the spot where we used to go, according to law enforcement sources. The anonymous law enforcement sources told the New York Post that the location Delgado mentioned was a wooded section at Orchard Beach Road and Bartow Circle. After the foreign national went to the location, he is believed to have committed I've already said it twice, but, you know, self-deletion by hanging himself from a tree. See, this is the thing. Like, I don't believe that. I think that he was strung up.
I think so too. These people don't usually like.
Yeah. I just don't believe that this is the case. I think he got strung up. According to the sources who spoke to the New York Post, Delgado was found hanging from a tree at roughly 1:30 p.m. on October 9th. The foreign national had cuts on his neck, stomach, and left forearm. See, there you go. That indicates a struggle. Police investigators also discovered a 9mm shell casing near Delgado's body. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, he was strung up. The New York Post reported that Delgado's roommate reportedly told the police that Delgado texted him before his death, claiming that he had stabbed himself. Really? I don't believe any of this. You know what I mean?
Hey, you know what? No, it's fine. I believe it.
Yeah, right?
I believe it, and I hope more of them feel this same remorse. Mm-hmm.
I hope they all do. I hope they all also leave a lot of evidence of struggle behind without struggling and doing it all to themselves. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sources told the New York Post that Delgado's believed to have committed sex crimes against the underage female relative for years, beginning before the family relocated to New York City. The New York Post noted that Delgado was not charged for his alleged sex crimes before his death. Again, all the evidence is leading towards this was not a self-deletion. But it probably was. You know what? It totally was. It was absolutely self-deletion. Yeah. Let's hope it doesn't happen again. Wink. But yeah, I've read this before. This is why I wanted to cover it. Was because this is like, it sounds like a cover-up story. Sounds like the family got to him. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Okay, and since we've talked about Tren de Agua on this channel quite a bit, there's been a new story about them. Bloodthirsty Venezuelan gangsters might be pimping migrant women in New York City's Market of Sweethearts. The NYPD is investigating if the deadly Venezuelan gang Tren de Agua is pimping women in Queens' Market of Sweethearts, where dozens of prostitutes boldly piled their trade this week in defiance of a law enforcement crackdown. It was business as usual on the notorious sex corridor along Roosevelt Avenue in Jackson Heights when the Post visited Tuesday night, less than a week after the NYPD and state police kicked off their operation to fight the scourge of sex trafficking that has soared with the migrant influx into the city. Even as 30 officers patrolled the area, a fiery redhead in a sequined top brazenly offered a Post reporter $100 for sexo on 76th Street, cooing that the good times would last 40 minutes and would include oral sex. She suddenly groped the scribe before turning her attention to a scraggly John holding out to a wad of cash. 2 blocks away, in front of a closed medical office, a curvy Spanish-speaking prostitute in a tube top cooed, $100, my love. The service covers everything. Asked whether she or a trio of other skimpily dressed girls on the block knew about Tren de Agua, she replied, "What? No," and shook her head. Yet across the street, a pair of men wearing head-to-toe black, red, and white Chicago Bulls shirts and shorts, the trademark colors of the migrant gang that had made its way to the Big Apple, appeared to be keeping tabs on the women. Later, another man wearing a white Michael Jordan jersey bearing the number 23, another gang sign was seen near 75th Street. The gang frequently wears Chicago Bulls clothing because of the team's colors, police said. That's actually smart of the gang to have like gang colors, but like disguise it as using scab jerseys that you can just buy from Walmart. That's actually a smart move. Investigators have identified Tren de Agua members with suspected hookers on Roosevelt Avenue in videos gang members have posted on social media. Deputy Commissioner of Operations Kaz Daughtry said this week. "How do we identify them?" he asked. "They had that hat on, the 23 Bulls hat. They had the 23 tattoo." It's weird. They've turned Michael Jordan into their like gang signs. That's fucking wild. They had the red hat, the red and white clothing that they were wearing. So our gang experts are saying that either they're part of the TDA group or they're working with the TDA. Women don't look like they're being held against their will, said Daughtry, who acknowledges the women were being sexually exploited. Advocates told the Post gang members target women in city migrant shelters. Tanya Bien-Aime, who runs the Coalition Against Sex Trafficking in Women, said the Venezuelan gangsters recruit very actively. Her account was backed by a nonprofit worker in a Queens shelter who didn't want to be identified or quoted out of fear for her safety. I heard from Homeland Security in New York that a woman on Roosevelt Avenue had $1,000 worth of quotas to fill every day. There's a punishment if you don't meet your quota. The pimps beat them or refuse to give them food, a longtime activist said. That's why she and other advocates urge the cops to go after the sex buyers. You want public safety, focus on the guys. No buyers, no market. The NYPD had said its focus on Johns, but but could provide data on arrests until completion of the operation. Roosevelt Avenue is out of control, said one recently retired Vice Squad detective who worked the strip for years. I never saw it like this, and I'm talking about over many years. You see kids walking through there, it's terrible. He said pimps prey on migrant women in particular, and that many sex workers are duped and trapped. When these girls come here, they're promised restaurant jobs, and this is one of the spots where they're dropped off. They call it the hub. These girls are mostly forced into this. It's sad. The gangs MS-13 and the Sureños have traditionally run the show there, adding that Tren de Agua is now fighting for a piece of the pie. The problem is exacerbated by soft-on-crime policies that started under former Mayor Bill de Blasio, he said. During the de Blasio era, things really changed, and all that opened up the doors to things to really be a mess. The number of pimps has spiked recently, said one transgender prostitute who said she had been working the avenue for about 15 years. Because of the recent migrant wave, there have been so many men that are taking over the street corners. On 88th Street, a blonde madam told a reporter it would be $100 for Chica Chica and gave him her number before leading him up a set of stairs between the dentist's office and a hair salon into a dimly lit second-floor spa. Moaning could be heard from one of the 4 curtained-off massage beds. It's okay, baby. Come on, the madam said, while nudging the reporter to a massage bed and repeating $100 for sucky sucky. Everything. At that point, the reporter began to leave, prompting protests from the madam. What happened? She questioned, shouting. Don't call me again. So, yeah.
What happened?
It's interesting because, like, the soft-on-crime thing is what they're blaming. Remember, this is the same place where this Delgado dude totally, absolutely self-deleted himself by hanging, leaving behind evidence.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is the kind of shit you get as well. Like, there's so much shit that you get. Like, you get vigilante justice, or you get just rampant gang crime when you just don't take it seriously, you know? But anyway, that's a shit show. And the Tren de Agua doesn't seem to be going anywhere because it almost seems like they're purposefully targeting cities that are soft on crime. Like, they know that these cities have weak-ass prosecutors and, you know, just weak...
Or anything about it.
Yeah, and so they target cities where they know that they can overwhelm law enforcement and get away with what they're doing. So,
which makes sense, you know?
It makes sense. I mean, again, like, turning Michael Jordan into the gang killers, that's really smart. Like, they're not idiots. You know what I mean? They're actually very clever. Organized Crime Rules New York. Welcome back, 1930s. Yeah, no kidding, right? What do we got? We got a couple more before we get to the big non-gaming related news. The Knights Templar sue the Pope and call for the rehabilitation.
Holy shit, what?
Yeah. Let's see. Once again, the Sovereign Order of the Temple of Christ Association, whose members call themselves the current Templars, has filed a conciliation lawsuit against Pope Francis, thus adding its third legal action in less than 2 years. This group, which identifies itself as heirs of the legendary Order of Knights Templar, seeks the formal rehabilitation of the order, suspended in 1312 by Pope Clement V, and exacts compensation for the damages suffered. This is fucking crazy. The fact that this shit's real.
That's insane, yeah.
Yeah, the basis of their lawsuit lies in the affirmation that the suspension of the Order of the Temple and the Council of Vienna was illegitimate. They uphold that the dissolution was not the result of a judicial process with conclusive evidence, but of an apostolic order influenced by the ambitions of King Philip IV of France, known as Philip the Fair. According to the plaintiffs, this monarch manipulated the events in his favor, exerting pressure on Clement V to eliminate the Templars, largely because of the enormous debts he had with them. The dramatic end of the Templars is well known. Their Grand Master Jacques de Molay was burned at the stake in 1314, and thousands of knights were executed or forced to flee. The representatives of the Sovereign Order of the Temple of Christ argued that this constituted, quote, an infamous process, and that thousands of surviving Templars were unjustly persecuted. Now, centuries later, they call for justice and the restoration of their legacy. In addition to the rehabilitation of their order, the modern Templars have presented an extensive list of demands to Pope Francis. Among them, they request economic compensation for the seizure of the order's assets, which in the majority were handed over to the Hospitalier Order of St. John of God, better known today as the Order of Malta. However, they don't stop there. The Templars request recognition of their priesthood under the Rite of Melchizedek, and the right to build oratories and chapels in their name. They also demand that the income from the collection in parishes on St. Bernard's Day be allocated to them, and that the Vatican hand over to them the archives related to the order. Moreover, on their list of demands as the devolution of the emblematic Church of the True Cross in Segovia, an historic building associated with the medieval Templars. One of the most controversial points is the request that Templars who were tortured and executed be considered martyrs by the Church. Surprising likewise as is their demand that the order would be able to form its own armed corps and have the faculty to intervene in religious conflicts as mediators. With this request, they seem to evoke the ancient military missions of the Templars, which originally were born as a religious and military order to protect pilgrims to the Holy Land.
What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what to say about this other than just holy shit. The Templar, I mean, this literally sounds like what if you took 13th century knights, carbon froze them, and then unfroze them, and then gave them access to the modern legal system. It's fucking wild. The thing is, I kind of want them to win.
It'd be interesting.
I do. I would love to. Again, because you have to remember that these are the key players that spearheaded the Crusades back in the day. You know?
Yeah.
That's what they're talking about here with this military aspect. It's these were the Templars were the people who led the Crusades. So it's this is the first step, lads. This is the first step. An independent order. Not only do modern Templars want to be rehabilitated, but they also want to operate with considerable autonomy. In their lawsuit, they request that, once the order is rehabilitated, it remain directly under the authority of the Pope. Because you have to remember that, the Crusades were literally... The Pope was, the commander-in-chief of the Templar armies, right? That's what it was. The Pope would literally send his armies out on crusades to, beat back the incursion of Muslims out of Turkey and shit like that, without depending on the Roman Curia or the clergy, functioning under the model of a personal prelature. Moreover, they requested a papal decree be issued that brings together all the agreements reached and that it be disseminated in all parishes and convents worldwide. They also call for a private audience with Pope Francis to discuss their demands and advance in a process of conciliation that, up to now, has found little echo in the Vatican. It's not the first time that the Sovereign Order of the Temple of Christ confronts the Vatican in the courts. Since 2005, they have filed several conciliation lawsuits and demands for ordinary trials in quest of the rehabilitation without getting favorable results. That sucks. I want them to win. The most recent took place in October 2023 and January 2024, and despite their persistence, the Vatican has kept silence about their claims. As the association continues to fight for what it considers historical justice, the world observes with curiosity how an order dissolved more than 7 centuries ago continues being the object of polemics and conversations in the 21st century. Although the possibility that the Vatican might attend to their demands is uncertain, the modern Templars seem determined not to cease in their endeavor to recover the recognition of one of history's most legendary orders. I am fucking here for it. I want this to happen.
Same, this sounds fucking awesome.
Right? I would love to see a militant, army of God that is only receives order from the Pope, and then we get a non-communist Pope. I think that's one of the reasons is that the current Pope is a communist. If they did this under well, I guess it did, because it said 2005 they have filed conciliation lawsuits. So I guess even Benedict was not too privy about this, which is a shame, because Benedict was a really base Pope. The current Pope was a fucking commie. But I don't know. I hope that they eventually find success. Crusader armies, not Templar armies. You are Assassin's Creed addict. What? Fair enough. First Crusader from a pope trying to shore up his legitimacy. Get the non-commie pope first. Yeah, that's the first step, Cordell, definitely. Quench your sword in holy water and march. quick march. And Jacques de Molay cursed the Pope and various generations of the King of France, and they all died within a year. Damn. Anyway, yeah, this isn't something that I expected. I don't even know how I came across this. But I was like, holy shit. Like, I just couldn't believe it. Okay.
That last bit was mega sus.
Yeah, I really do hope they find success. It doesn't sound like they're going to, though, but I hope they keep trying. I hope they persist with it. Okay, one more till we get to the big Boeing story. Experts studying alien mummies from Peru make startling find while dissecting their bodies. I love, like, archaeology news, by the way. Dissection has begun on hands from one of Peru's hotly debated alien mummies, seen in an eerie new video revealing bones and odd metallic structures. Worldwide controversy has followed these now roughly dozen or so small peculiar specimens, often referred to as the Nazca pterodactyls, after the region of Peru where they are believed to have been taken by anonymous local Huaqueros. Now, doctors claim to have removed a light metal implant from the new specimen's palm. A reporter who was working with medical professionals involved in the investigation told Daily Mail. The short video documents the moment one physician carefully pulls the suspected alien implant from the Nazca pterodactyl's severed three-fingered hand with tweezers. Mexican Navy forensic Dr. Jose Zalce Benitez, who devoted his free time to remove the metal, said, "It is a very complex metal alloy that requires special knowledge and techniques to be able to achieve it with such quality and purity. It was possible to identify elements such as aluminum, tin, silver, copper, cadmium, and osmium, among others, in smaller quantities and percentages." The video also depicts what appears to be one of the mummified hands peeled back to reveal two of its metacarpal or palm bones. This is... I don't know.
Crazy.
So this is the tiny little hand. You see him remove this little metal bit from it.
Yeah.
Fucking weird, man. It's fucking weird. This tridactyl hand from which I obtained the metal does not belong to any of the bodies presented in the Mexican Congress. This hand is part of a series of loose pieces that belong to the place where the tridactyl bodies of Peru were found. The doctor's volunteer investigation into these unusual, potentially extraterrestrial bodies dates back to his testimony before an open hearing of Mexico's Congress last year, during which two similar alleged alien corpses were presented. Since that, I remember this too. I remember this was like a made a fuss in Mexico, where they were like the government was having formal hearings about aliens, like buried aliens. Since that September 12, 2023 congressional presentation, two distinct sizes of these alleged alien mummies have been subjected to public scrutiny, but the new video examination relates to the smaller and more controversial of the specimens. The alleged metal implant can be seen looking like a torn patch of silvery reptilian scales in the new video, as it is tilted toward the camera by Dr. Zalci's gloved hand. Reporter Fernando Correa Dominguez explained to Daily Mail that the hand had been carefully rehydrated by the doctors to better remove the metal implant. Initially, Correa noted they did not see any moisture inside the hand. Only dehydrated skin tissue was observed inside the tendons and muscles. Dr. Zalta described the procedure more in detail. We use a forensic technique to protect the tissue and minimize its degradation. A special serum that is used for the rehydration of corpses that has very specific concentration percentages. So there's a little scaly piece of metal that we saw.
Yeah.
We use sterile swabs with the... he just gets into it, but... Yeah. These purported beings, typically just under 2 feet long, have originated from sites in Peru along larger, more human-sized specimens, similarly coated in white, powdery algae fossils known as diatomaceous earth. Critics, including top Peruvian officials from the Ministry of Culture, I've claimed the smaller bodies are grim fabrications based on 2 specimens seized by Customs. Dr. Flavio Estrada, a forensic archaeologist at Peru's Institute for Legal Medicine and Forensic Sciences, concluded the seized bodies were grizzly dolls, assembled with bones of animals from this planet with modern synthetic glues. Yeah.
Classic.
So.
Classic Mexico.
Yeah. They're not extraterrestrials. It's a totally made up story. Oh, man.
Classic Mexico.
But
yeah, dude, the only place where I genuinely think it's like some ridiculous, like there's something going on, there's some weird shit in history, is the fucking Egyptians.
Oh,
if there's extraterrestrial shit anywhere, it's those fucking vases, man.
Yeah, I could see that. They thought
have you heard about that? Like I feel like we've definitely talked about it before.
I want to say we have.
The Egyptian vases.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where they have, like, patterns, like construction patterns that, like, don't make any sense. Yeah.
No, the vases are all perfectly symmetrical. Like to, like, hundreds of an inch.
Yeah, they have, and they have handles on them, too, right?
Yeah, they have handles on them, which are all perfectly carved. The width on the inside of the vase, right? Because here's the thing, right? It's not just that, but it's granite, by the way. It's granite.
Yeah, it's solid rock.
So, it's granite, and the outside of the vase all maintains a complete perfect consistency the entire way around, right? With like a level of precision that is only available today through machining.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Right?
It's like they said, like this. It's like so perfect, and it doesn't have any signs of being like done with a lathe, which is how we do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like the only way that
they didn't have that.
It's the only way to achieve that level of perfection.
It's not only that level of perfection on the outside; it's that level of perfection on the handles, on the holes within the handles, and the freakiest part, it's that level of perfection on the inside too.
The inside, yeah.
The entire inside of the vase is the exact same. Like if you like, it's the exact same distance all the way around. It's everything's perfectly, like literally perfect. And you don't just see the symmetry on like these little things, right? On these like bases. By the way, these are like the most ancient ones. As you get like closer to modern day in history, it seems like their technology has de-improved. Like the level of perfection goes down. And then didn't the U.S. government recently admit that aliens are real? Of course they're real. They come from Mexico.
This is it. That'd be here.
Yeah, this shit.
This shit right here.
They like everything is literally perfect. And then like if you look at like the statues and stuff, like the statues of like the massive statues that they have in Egypt, a lot of them are also just perfectly symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
Like to a ridiculous degree. That should not be possible with the technology of that time. And again, stuff that is more recent is actually brain doesn't want to function. The stuff that's more recent is actually like less precise.
Mm-hmm.
And then another thing that people talk about is the fact that there's water weathering on the Sphinx.
Oh yeah.
Which implies that the Sphinx has been around pre-flood, which massively like shoots back how old Egypt actually is.
Yeah,
because the oldest weathering on the Sphinx is not from sand or from air; it's from water.
Yeah, there's like geological evidence from around Egypt too that like lines up with the Sphinx being being submerged.
Yeah, yeah. With the Sphinx having been built pre-flood is crazy.
Yeah, because that puts it at like. Yeah, but when we say pre-flood, we're not talking like. Yeah, it's like the biblical flood, but it's like if you watch like the Graham Hancock
there's-
stuff. It's the flood
Yeah.
caused by the Younger Dryas, essentially. Which
Yeah,
I learned.
exactly.
I love that. I fucking love that Ancient Apocalypse series that Graham Hancock does, because his idea about the catastrophic flood caused by like the Younger Dryas era, I learned about that extensively back when I was going to school to be a geologist. Like we learned about that, the Younger Dryas. It's a very real thing. It's well known in like the geological world. Like if you go to like
that's the flood that the one in the Bible is based off of. There's a real flood that actually occurred.
And there's a reason
in human history.
And there's a reason you get like similar stories of like this massive flooding event across all these different cultures that are like otherwise never communicate with each other. It's like and that's like, you know, from the Bible to random islands in Polynesia to Southeast Asia to Africa, like everywhere, they all have this like biblical like flooding story, and it lines up with the Younger Dryas flood. Like the Younger Dryas was like the super catastrophic event, where it was like basically like rapid warming. It was an ice age, and that built up what are called ice dams. And if you go to like Montana and like the northern and like basically around the border between Canada and the United States, actually more than the United States though, like if you go to like Montana, North Dakota, places like this, there's certain places where you can find like these big fields, and the fields just have these giant boulders just sitting in them that are like completely disparate from the surrounding geology, and they're called erratic boulders. And that's the story in the geological timescale is that what happened was during the Younger Dryas, like a massive ice dam formed across the entire Arctic Circle, and this dam would have been like hundreds of meters tall. And why is it a dam? Well, because what it is, it's an ice wall that formed, and then the glaciers retreat, but the ice stays intact on the edges, and as they retreat inland, they turn into water. So what you end up with is a giant lake, a giant body of water, like the size of like an ocean, that's basically being held back from flooding the rest of the continent by a giant hundreds meters tall dam of ice. And at a point, that ice wall is going to shatter and break. So that basically happened, and then all that water, you know, floods across the continents, and it takes, you know, and deposits and moves around things like those erratic boulders and stuff like that. And so, like, it was like this massive catastrophic event. It's like, and so when I'm watching this show, and he's just like, yeah, like all the archaeologists, like, they don't think this is true. And I'm sitting here like as an armchair geologist who was like, I have a master's degree in geology, and be like, yeah, like every geologist worth his salt knows about the Younger Dryas catastrophe. Like, this is common knowledge in the field. You know what I mean? But it's a really fascinating thing. But like what I'm showing you here is all those granite pots, because you'll also notice that none of them are the same. No, like if you're gonna put like a solid boulder of granite onto a lathe and then make a vase out of it, you're gonna come out with like similar kind of things, no, it's the opposite. If you put it on the lathe, you're gonna come out with different things depending on what rock you put on it. But like if you don't have a lathe, you're gonna try to make like the same thing over and over again because it's simpler, and yet none of these are the same. And like, look at this one.
Yeah, they're all different.
Like, look at this one in particular. Like, how did you perfectly carve the inside of this thing without a lathe? Like,
yeah, it's insane.
How do you do that? Like, and they've done like scans of the inside of these things, so there's like no tool markings or anything. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. It's like, how in the fuck did they make these things? So yeah. Okay, I wanted to bring that up just because it's fun. Okay, let's get to the big non-gaming related story, which is Boeing-made satellite explodes in space after experiencing a, quote, anomaly. The U.S. Space Force is tracking debris in space after a satellite manufactured by Boeing exploded earlier this week, the satellite's operator said. The Intelsat 33E satellite, which was launched in 2016 and provides communications across Europe, Asia, and Africa, experienced an anomaly on Saturday. Intelsat said in a news release, attempts were made to work with Boeing and repair the satellite, but on Monday, the U.S. Space Force confirmed that the satellite had exploded. The satellite's breakup left some customers without power or communication services. Intelsat said it is working with the third-party providers to limit service interruptions and is in communication with customers. Since the breakup, the U.S. Space Force is now tracking around 20 associated pieces of the satellite in space. The agency said that there are no immediate threats and routine assessments to ensure safety are ongoing. Russia's space agency, Roscosmos, said it had recorded more than 80 fragments of the destroyed satellite. Analysis of the piece's trajectory determined that the destruction of the satellite was instantaneous and high energy, Roscosmos said. So that's what it looks like. I don't know. Is this a high Earth orbit or a low Earth orbit? I wonder. The incident comes as Boeing remains under scrutiny for its manufacturing processes. Multiple issues on flights conducted by Boeing planes made headlines earlier this year. The manufacturer has also faced whistleblower complaints and federal investigations. Many of those complainants ended up dead. 2 astronauts had been stranded on the International Space Station for months after an issue on the company's Starliner left the craft unable to transport people. Those astronauts are slated to come home in early 2025 aboard a SpaceX craft. I just wanted to recap, because I have covered all of this Boeing shit on this channel. All of it. I can't imagine it culminating anything worse than $1 billion satellite blowing up. Let's do a little history recap. So earlier this year, they had 9 issues with their planes happen in the course of 3 months. The first one being probably the most famous, which is when that plug, the door plug, just blew off in the middle of the flight on the Alaska Airlines. So this was a MAX plane, the 737 MAX 9 aircraft. And this just whole panel just kind of in the middle of the flight. Looks like it almost took this dude with it. And then on January 13th, literally, 8 days later, a Boeing 737-800 operated by Japan's All Nippon Airways was forced to cancel its takeoff on January 13th after a window in the cockpit cracked. Atlas Air on the 18th showed flames coming out of a Boeing 747-8 over Miami. The flight had been bound for Puerto Rico, but was grounded after the crew detected an engine failure. Delta Airlines, January 20th. This incident took place at Georgia's Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. It involved a Boeing 757. The flight, number DL92, bound for Bogota, Colombia, was taxiing on the runway to prepare for takeoff when it was discovered that its front nose wheel had fallen off and rolled away. Jesus Christ. This resulted in a delay. United Airlines, February 6th. They were bound for the Bahamas, departing from New Jersey. But upon landing, it was reported to have experienced stuck rubber pedals, prompting a probe from the National Transportation Safety Board. On March 7th, a Boeing 777, bound from San Francisco to Japan, was forced to reroute to Los Angeles immediately after takeoff when one of its wheels fell off. No one was injured, but a car was heavily damaged by the wheel after it came off. Latin American Airlines, March 11th. A Boeing 787 Dreamliner bound from Sydney to Auckland experienced a mid-flight technical issue that resulted in the craft dropping mid-flight, injuring 50 people on board. On March 13th, a Boeing 777 bound from Sydney to San Francisco was forced to turn around and land where it started after a fuel leak was reported after takeoff. And finally, on March 15th, a Boeing 737 bound from San Francisco to Medford, Oregon arrived at Rogue Valley International Medford Airport with an exterior panel missing, having seemingly fallen off during the flight. So these planes are literally just falling apart, while they're active, either on the runway or in the air. And all of these incidents caused this to happen. So back in March, Dave Calhoun, CEO, stepped down after all these safety problems. Time. I don't need to get into this too much, but he just stepped down. But that wasn't the end of it. It says, let me see here. Where? Doesn't say who his replacement is. Yeah, so it's just going over all this stuff. Finance. Okay. And then this happened. We covered this, remember? So this was the the Boeing crew that was stranded. That the Boeing, the Starliner, fucked up on its maiden voyage and stranded those astronauts on the space station that had to get rescued by the SpaceX shuttle. So that happened. They brought back the Starliner empty. And they were pissed as hell that SpaceX rescued the astronauts. And basically pushed Starliner and Boeing out of that race. They just completely crashed out of the race because this was their maiden voyage. And it fucked up and stranded the astronauts on the space station. It was supposed to be like a 1 or 2 week mission, and they're not coming back until like February. And this happened back in October, or next, no. It was early. It was last month. This happened last month. So what was supposed to be 2 weeks has turned into 6 months for those astronauts.
Jesus Christ.
All that culminating in this. Boeing loses $6.17 billion in Q3. CEO calls for company reset as IAM votes
That's
on ending a strike. Yeah. So this company, Boeing, is kind of in a doom loop right now. Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg, that's the guy who replaced, what's his name? This guy. What the hell's his name? Calhoun? Calhoun, yeah. Called for a fundamental culture change to stabilize the company as it reported a third quarter net loss of $6.17 billion. Boeing had a negative $1.3 billion operating cash flow. The loss is an effort by Ortberg to refocus the company culture come as the Machinists Union votes on whether or not to approve a labor contract offer from Boeing to end the union strike. So they got a strike on their hands as well. We have a lot of work to do. We have a plan and change is already underway, Ortberg said in a statement. This is a big ship that will take some time to turn, but when it does, it has the capacity to be great again. This is a company that ushered in the new era of air travel and helped land the first man on the moon. Getting back to the values that help define this legacy is what will define our future. What do you think is going on? What, we have to redefine, reset our culture. I don't know if you remember this, but Boeing was like one of those companies caught up in basically being those like psycho DEI companies.
Yeah.
And their CEO was like a cross-dressing freak as well, who like participated he didn't go to gay pride parades, like he was on the floats doing the weird dances and shit, like and he wore like gimp suits and all kinds of shit, like he was a fucking freak. So this is a very nice way of saying we went woke and we were going broke. Which isn't a rule, it's merely a trend. IAM District 751 said in a statement Wednesday that 30,000 striking Boeing workers could be back on the job as soon as Friday if the workers vote to accept the company's offer on a new labor contract. The 4-year contract includes a 35% wage hike over 4 years and a $7,000 ratification bonus per worker. Jesus. You have to remember that these fucking unions, these like machinist unions, they're already making 6 figures. They make a fuck ton of money. According to the Anderson Economic Group, the strike has caused an estimated $7.6 billion in losses, at least $4.35 billion in losses to Boeing directly, and another $2 billion lost by its suppliers. Ortberg said Boeing is at a crossroads. The trust in our company has eroded. We're saddled with too much debt, Ortberg said in prepared remarks. We've had serious lapses in our performance across the company, which have disappointed many of our customers. As a result, he said Boeing needs a fundamental culture change and must improve execution discipline as it builds new jets. He said he is committed to resetting Boeing's relationship with the IAM, representing 30,000 Boeing workers. I met with the union leadership the first week on the job and let them know that I was committed to resetting the relationship. And I remain committed to getting the team back and improving our relationship so we don't become so disconnected in the future. I'm very hopeful that the package we put forward will allow our employees to come back to work so we can immediately focus on restoring the company. So, yeah, this is kind of like the culmination of what's going on. Like, Boeing is basically at a point now where it's like, if they don't change, like, seriously change, like, what's going on inside the company, they will die as a company. So, yeah, Boeing ain't doing so good right now.
Yeah, this isn't looking great.
Yeah, I will.
It's like one thing after another, like every other month, dude.
And it's really high profile too. So, and the thing is, I looked into like, is anything happening with Airbus? Like, when's the last time like an Airbus plane malfunctioned in the sky and it was reported in the news? And I literally couldn't find it. I could not find it. Because like Airbus is like Boeing's like primary competitor in the commercial airspace, jet building sphere. And Airbus has got their shit together, from what I can tell. And they're killing Boeing. SpaceX is killing Boeing. Like, Boeing is getting destroyed by their competition on all fronts right now. And it's like, yeah, you're gonna have to turn things around seriously, like drastically. And it's gonna, even like he said, it's gonna take like a couple years. It'll take a couple years before we see any like change on the public side of things. So, yeah, the whole thing is a shit show. ESG and DEI is killing companies everywhere. Yeah, my whole thing about like ESG and DEI is that it's like, I feel like that in and of itself, I mean, yeah, it contributes to the killing of the company, but it's not what starts it. I feel like a company will basically like become corrupt and rotten, and then ESG and DEI will like manifest itself inside of that kind of internal culture and environment and business environment, if that makes sense. It's not like, I feel like it doesn't, it's like a chicken or the egg kind of a thing, and I think that DEI comes after the corruption. Like, you have to be corrupt to allow like the DEI shit into your company in the first place. You know what I mean? So and then it just like that just kind of like snowballs and magnifies like the corruption and like the fall of the company, essentially. So like, because there's always like a lag, you know what I mean? Like, whenever a company like goes quote unquote woke, which is kind of a cringe thing to say, there's always a lag between like when that starts to actually like affect like the products or like the culture inside the company. You know what I mean? And it's like the larger a company is, the more pedigree that a company has, the longer of a time span that lag is. That's why I haven't like written off like CD Projekt Red quite yet, despite the fact that they've gone like super in that direction. They have like the pedigree. Like, they're gonna have to put out a shitty Witcher game and or a shitty Cyberpunk game for me to like say like, yep, they're gonna go, the whole the get woke go broke kind of thing. It's like, yeah, that's what it's gonna take, because they still have goodwill is the thing. And that's another thing, like, a lot of companies, like, they're losing goodwill, and it's like the lower goodwill you have, the less of a tolerance the public has with your bullshit. And a lot of companies have exhausted their goodwill. And Boeing is one of them. Like, I know people like in the travel industry, because again, I work, in the airports and airlines industry, and I hear all the times people saying like, I will not fly on a boat. Like, they'll talk to their travel agent and they'll say like, nothing Boeing. I will not get on a Boeing plane. There's like this boycott but not boycott happening of Boeing happening right now on the.
It's not a boycott. The people don't trust it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like a boycott. It's kind of manifesting like a boycott, but it's not a boycott. It's people just like reading what's happening, noticing patterns, and saying no. That's all it is. So we'll see. Like, I honestly though, here's the thing, like, even if they do turn things around, like, in a couple of years, they're going to be so far behind their competition in regards to technological development and all these other kinds of things that I don't see how they could ever catch back up again. That's why I think they're in a doom loop. Because now they're just, like, permanently stuck behind their competition. Unless the competition fucks up, too. Then they'll have the opportunity to catch up. But right now, like, I don't see how they can catch up. I just don't see it. But we'll see. There is a thing where companies will, and I see this in my industry, where they'll, like, leapfrog each other in terms of, like, technological innovation. Because, like, company A will invest their R&D dollars into this thing, into thing A, and then company B will invest their R&D things into thing B. And so, like, thing A is like a different product from thing B that fulfills a different purpose, but they're in the same general marketplace, right? So company A becomes the technology driver for thing A, while company B becomes the technology driver for thing B. And they kind of catch up with each other in their respective products, and then they'll leapfrog each other, essentially, which is a kind of like a normal thing that you see in these manufacturing industries. So that's also a possibility. Boeing could, like, they could get their shit together and they could see where the trend is going and be like, okay, we're not gonna put our investment dollars in the current generation of this technology. We're gonna invest in the next generation. We're gonna leap over the current and go into the next one.
Yeah.
If that makes sense, and that could allow them to re-enter equal ground on the marketplace. But we'll see. We'll see how this pans out. Boeing will catch up when whoever been taking care of the Boeing whistleblowers also takes care of some key figures at their competition.
Lamel.
they turn their whistleblower assassins on their competition. Yeah. Absolute power doesn't corrupt; it attracts those who can be corrupted. Yeah, that's pretty much the sentiment that I'm saying with, DEI and woke shit, like, in getting into companies. Like, companies have to be vulnerable for that shit to get in there in the first place. That's like I always said, like, DE, like the whole thing about DEI is equity is a moral evil, and then diversity
It's communism.
Yeah, but diversity and inclusion, those aren't moral things. Those are morally neutral. They don't have any morality attached to them. They're just natural byproducts that sometimes happen and sometimes don't. There's no morality behind it. So they've taken these three things, two neutral things and one evil thing, and then assigned them good as all three as being good, morally good. But it's bullshit. It's just bullshit. It's go broke, get woke. Yeah, that exactly. That's what it is. Like, when you open yourself up to corruption, then corrupting forces come in. So, and I always say, like, DEI isn't like the problem; it's the symptom of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's like what happens when you have a problem. So if you fix that problem, the DEI shit will kind of naturally gonna go away or be minimized. But when you have, like, the problem's nice and big, then you have DEI at the wazoo. So before we get into gaming, that's all I had on the Boeing. I don't know if you have any further comments
I don't really have
here.
much to add.
Yeah.
That's very much all you.
Okay. Next thing, I just wanted to point and laugh at this next one, which is fucking hilarious. AI's shocking views of how Europeans see Americans based on their state. This is
gonna be interesting.
Oh my god, this is fucking hilarious. I'm just gonna go through the images, and AI was asked to create images of what Europeans think the average American from different states look like, and the results are shocking. According to the tech, Europeans hold racist and sexist stereotypes about Americans. Yeah, but we do about Europeans too. It's very quid pro quo on that shit. And generally see people from the U.S. as gluttonous, overweight consumers who only eat McDonald's. That belief sure does. I mean, in the bot's view, only Florida and Texas have attractive women.
Real.
The images presented to represent those states were of scantily clad blonde beauties. The other states were summed up with photos of obese ladies chowing down on McDonald's, some of them with guns and others in sports memorabilia. So they have the whole gallery here that I just want to scroll through because it's fucking hilarious. So here's Florida. Blonde bombshell.
Real? That's literally... Hold on. That's literally the fucking, what's her
That's
name?
Epcot. This is Epcot right here, by the way.
No. I'm saying the woman. That's literally modeled after Margot Robbie.
Yeah, that's Margot Robbie. Yes. Which is
hilarious.
So that's Florida. This is California.
The pride!
And like the quintuple burger.
Yeah.
This is Kansas. I love
Superman! I like she's dressed as Dorothy. She has a dog.
Dorothy. Awesome. So when does McDonald's serve bowls of fried chicken?
I thought mac and cheese for a second.
This is Massachusetts.
What the fuck?
Dunkin' Donuts, yeah! This is Maine. This is a giant thing of lobsters. This is Oregon. It's coming. The bog is coming out of the burger.
Burger Bongo's crazy.
Oh my god. This is New York. I mean, she's got straws coming out of the burgers. She's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 burgers.
Of course, the New York.
Yeah. The Yankees. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh. We're gonna get to New Mexico. We're gonna get to every state. This is Pennsylvania. With the Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Yeah. South Dakota. Oh my god.
Indian lady.
Oh my god. This is Texas, the only other one with a hot girl. And she's got an AR.
What? Yeah, she got a fucking AR and a fucking big hat.
Yeah.
And the fucking blue jean jacket.
Yeah. Virginia. It's got the American flag. With the Capitol building behind there. Washington. Starbucks. At least she's only got one burger. Vermont.
Is that a she?
Maybe? I don't know. It seems to be like all women. So this is for Vermont. She's just like draping a thing of syrup. She's got.
She's drinking the syrup. That's
She's got these giant stacks of pancakes. And it's just snowing outside. West Virginia.
The fucking coal mines.
This is so amazing. Nevada, of course. Got the slot machines. This is the biggest burger so far.
Yeah, by a mile.
Utah, just like it's like a Mormon girl. At least she's smiling. A lot of them aren't smiling.
Yeah, she's happy.
Yeah. Wyoming.
You know what would?
Man, she's got a lot of burgers here. But they're probably bison burgers, judging by the photo.
Yeah.
Oh, was that it?
That's it.
I didn't do all of them. Damn. Oh my gosh.
50 states is a lot. There.
Is there like a Twitter post for it? Hang on. Let me scroll up to the top. I want to see if there's a Twitter. This? Wait a minute. Wait. Did I find the rest of them here? hate it when it does this. There we go. Oh, come on. I hate this shit. There we go. This is Alabama. Alaska. So this is a different AI, but it's generating the same kind of images. Arizona. Arkansas.
These are the men.
Yeah, these are the guys. California, that's a...
Oh, that's a woman.
Colorado, that's me. It's me, chat.
I know a guy that looks like that.
Connecticut. Delaware. This is called the Crab Country. Why does this look like it's 1840? Or maybe not 1840, like 1890. Florida. Georgia with all the peaches. There's Hawaii. That one's not bad. Idaho. But, yeah, anyway, I just thought this was fucking hilarious. I know it's clickbait, but oh my god, I got a kick out of it. Okay.
Funny.
Anyway, okay. Alright, let's get it skating. Was that Tulsi Gabbard?
Okay.
Let me, get some reorganization going here. Where's the other tab? This one. And let me share you. You can see here. There you go. Change it over on the yes side. All right. So, first bit of news. Ubisoft confirms the Prince of Persia, the Lost Crown team has been disbanded. Which, I can never get over how short-sighted and stupid Ubisoft is. They baffle me every week, it seems, with the decisions that they make. Over the course of the last week, the alarm was raised over Ubisoft seemingly disbanding the team at its Montpellier studio that worked on Prince of Persia: The Last Crown. In news statements from the company and its leadership, that seems to be true, although it doesn't suggest there have been any sort of mass layoffs to go along with the action at this time. Ubisoft confirmed the move of its Prince of Persia: The Last Crown team in a recent statement to Eurogamer, also posted on its social media. According to senior producer Abdelak Elgis, it was a matter of moving the team onto new projects. Most of the team members who worked on Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown have shifted to other projects that will benefit from their expertise. We know players have a love for this brand, and Ubisoft is excited to bring more Prince of Persia experiences in the future. I want to start with a huge thank you for all the love you have shown Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, and that you have loved the game as much as we do. With that, here is a message from our senior producer, Abdelak Elges. The current plans for The Lost Crown are to launch it on Mac following its recent release on Steam. Regardless, the rumors have gone around that sales of Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown were not up to expectations. Yeah, because it got like no fucking marketing. And that this stopped the possibility of a sequel cold. It's a shame considering that Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown was well reviewed, especially here at Shack News. However, the Prince of Persia brand has a lot of irons in the fire. That was Sands of Time remake, still supposedly in development, and the Rogue Prince of Persia currently running through early access. Regardless, it's a shame to see the Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown didn't get more love. Stay tuned for more updates in the franchise at Ubisoft Montpellier, right here at Shack News. Yeah, it's... This is wild to me because this game, it didn't get, like, a big marketing push, and everybody that I've seen talk about the game think that the game is fantastic and like literally like the best thing that Ubisoft has put out like in the last like 5 to 6 years. But like very few people bought it and played it. And the other thing that baffles me is that this is like one of the very few groups inside of Ubisoft that had any kind of goodwill from the players. I mean, at this point, I can't think of any group inside of Ubisoft that has any goodwill with the player base. Can you think of anything? Like maybe Rainbow Six, maybe,
Yeah. Really, just Rainbow.
That's the only thing I could think of that might have some goodwill. But I'm just like, why would you? Because that's the thing, like, the more goodwill you have, the more shit in terms of not just like, DEI kind of bullshit, but like monetization kind of shit. Because Ubisoft is one of those companies that's very well known for nickel and diming its player base,
Mm-hmm.
It's like, but the thing is, it's like, if you have really goodwill with your audience, the more you have, the more you can get away with in regards to both of those things. So it's like,
yeah,
why would you get rid of the one group inside of Ubisoft that had any goodwill for your company? Like if they had said it out, it's like, hey, our the Lost Crown team is cooking up a sequel or another entry or literally anything, people would be like, oh, I'm interested, because the Lost Crown was good, people liked it. It did have a little bit of a controversy because the protagonist was not Persian, he was just a black guy, and he had like the stereotypical look. He's got the stereotypical, dreads to the side that you see in like every young black character in media these days. But they were like, and he's not a prince either. So it's like, wow, this Prince of Persia game has neither a prince nor Persia in it.
Yeah, this is wild.
It's kind of a problem. So like, people kind of ragged on it from the beginning, but after it released, the people who played it, including people who criticized it and like gave it a try anyway, they're like, let me give this thing a try. They were like, this game is actually pretty fucking great. It reviewed really well. The player base really liked it, but it didn't get a good marketing push, and that it had some controversy from the beginning that I just described. And it's like, god damn, dude, like, it just seems like this decision wasn't made by a gamer or a developer. It feels like, once again, the decision is getting made by some spreadsheet obsessed, CFO, corporate dickhead who isn't a gamer, doesn't understand the industry, and just looks at everything as just numbers. So he's like, oh, this studio made a game that didn't make its budget back. They must therefore not be good. We're going to get rid of them, or we're going to disperse them into the company. It's like, that's a pencil pusher decision. That's not a gamer decision. So, Palm Tree Head, yeah. $60 for a side scroller. Was it $60? Yeah, that's a problem too, because it looks like a AA game. And it is a AA game. The team that made it was essentially like a AA studio within Ubisoft. So yeah, maybe, yeah. But again, like, maybe they could, if they'd have priced it at like $30 and a lot more people, and did more marketing for it, a lot more people would have bought it, and then they could like make a sequel and get away with charging a full price for it. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it normally works. So, I started with the Sands of Time and played through to Prince of Persia. I lost my will to play the games at that point. Yeah, I did too. I played like a lot of the OG Prince of Persia, but like Sands of Time, I think, was the last one I played. So, but I don't know. It just seems like another example of just like short-sightedness, not understanding how like your non-financial value actually is perceived in the marketplace, and just making really dumb decisions again and again and again and again and again. So anyway, you all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because your eyes have been closed.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit distracted because I'm a little worried.
Okay.
If those dads don't like thinking about it.
Oh. And as a result of this decision, they got some shade thrown at them by the Baldur's Gate 3 publishing chief. The Baldur's Gate 3 publishing chief calls out Ubisoft's broken strategy. If gamers need to get used to not owning games, developers might get used to not having jobs. Damn. That is an amazing statement. Larian director of publishing Michael Dowse, never one to be shy about speaking his mind, has spoken his mind about Ubisoft's decision to disband the Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown development team, saying it's the result of a broken strategy that prioritizes subscriptions over sales. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is quite good. PC gamers Molly Taylor felt it was dragged down by a very slow start, calling it a slow burn to a fault in an overall positive review. And it holds an enviable 86 aggregate score on Metacritic. Despite that, Ubisoft recently confirmed that the development team has been scattered to the four winds to work on other projects that will benefit from their expertise. You know what this kind of reminds me of? It reminds me of... Remember when... who was it? Was it Microsoft who got rid of a bunch of studios, including... they got rid of Tango Gameworks, the people behind Hi-Fi Rush. I think it was Microsoft that did that. And everybody was like, what the hell are you doing? And then I think like some other developer just they got rid of Tango. And some other developer, gosh, it might be like Square Enix or someplace like that. They just hired them all, like after they got dumped by Microsoft, because they're like, what the fuck did you just dump this team for? It's an amazing team that produced an amazing product that made a lot of money. That's what this reminds me of. So they mean Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's why they mean with the other projects that need them. Yeah, I mean, what other projects do they have going on right now? I know that they have. Don't they have a Rainbow Six Siege project in the works? I think they do. I don't think they're doing anything with Far Cry right now. I've heard that they're doing a Splinter Cell game, but I don't know anything about it. It might actually be a remaster. I can't remember. I know that they're remastering Black Flag right now. That's because that's supposed to release next year as well. But like you said, Villain, probably is Shadows, because remember they delayed it specifically to like polish it up. Like they might have like needed those like talented developers to actually like go in and actually polish this game up. I don't know, but the thing is, it's like Prince of Persia is a 2D platformer kind of game. It's not a big open world, exploration kind of game like Assassin's Creed is. So I don't like, what bugs could they be helping squash? You know what I mean? Like, how familiar are they with that code base? I don't know. Let me see here. This juice feels. Did I read that? Yeah. This Juicy Feels is at least partially the outcome of Ubisoft's focus on subscriptions over conventional game sales. The whole feeling comfortable with not owning your games thing espoused by Ubisoft Director of Subscriptions, Philip Tremblay, earlier this year, and the decision to stop releasing games on Steam, which is far and away the biggest digital storefront in PC gaming. Now, that's interesting about that is they seem to be reneging on that, because they're releasing Shadows day one on Steam. They're bringing Outlaws to Steam next month, I think. And I think that after Shadows going forward, they're going to be releasing on day one on Steam day one. I think. They seem to be crawling back to Gabe, which happens all too often, it seems. It's another case of Gabe does nothing, wins. But I don't know. February 14th, and like Ubisoft Cares, all hands on deck. I mean, it is a notoriously inefficient studio. That is true. They could just think that like bodies can just shift around, like they're all one for one with each other. I don't know. Ship is going down. They want all to go down with it, not just the captain. Maybe. Hard to speculate. Again, because they keep making decisions that don't really seem to make sense. It makes it harder to speculate. The last notable game by their platform was arguably Far Cry 6 in 2021. That was,
I don't know about that.
say it again?
I said I don't know about that. The game is mediocre.
I can't hear you. You're like...
I said that game is mediocre.
Oh, yeah. It is mediocre. It was... God, did I finish it? Yeah, I did. I did eventually finish it, but man, it... Ugh. I had to put it down like a couple times before I was finally able to finish it because it was just so, like you said, mediocre. Let's see. The Crew, Mirage, and Avatar came in 2023 and didn't perform, so you can assume subscriptions were at a lull when Prince of Persia released by 2024, which means people wouldn't be launching their store at all too much. If it had released on Steam, not only would it have been a market success, but there would likely be a sequel because the team is so strong. It's such a broken strategy. The hardest thing is to make an 85+ game. It is much, much easier to release one. It just shouldn't be done as it was. That's a really good point, actually. Because, again, they were, like, super obsessed. Like, I wonder, like, is it on Steam now? Like, I wonder what would happen if they just released it on Steam now. Because I bet it would make a pretty good amount of sales on Steam.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, that's the thing, because it has really good word of mouth. That's why. Like, I don't know a single person who played it and was, like, not impressed. Everybody that I know is like, yeah, this is actually a really fun, fantastically well-made 2D platformer game. And I think a lot of people are, like, thinking, like, oh, well, you know, I'll wait for a price reduction. You know what I mean? Because if it was $60 out of the gate, then, yeah, that's... People are looking at it and be like, people aren't... Like, you look at Metroidvania games, they're not selling for $60. They're selling for $30 or $40. So, when you get a game that looks kind of similar to a Metroidvania, people are expecting a $30, $40 price point. And if it's higher than that, then they're just going to sit and wait.
Yeah.
So, you're also killing your sales that way. It's been as well received there and elsewhere, holding a very positive user rating, but that far down the road, the proverbial wind was out of its sails, and decisions about a sequel and the fate of the dev team were presumably already locked in. The statement, if the statement gamers should get used to not owning their games is true, because of a specific release strategy, subs above sales. The statement developers must get used to not having jobs if they make a critically acclaimed game, platform strategy above title sales is also true, and that just isn't sensible, even from a business perspective down the road. Yeah, and he's completely right about that, because it's like, here's the thing, like, if I'm a developer, if I'm at any kind of job, right, logic would dictate that my performance should be the primary indicator as to whether or not I get fired or I move up the ladder of progression within my particular field, right? That's what I expect as an employee, you know? So when you have a business strategy that basically removes that, it says, no, the quality of your product doesn't matter in regards to, like, your retention as an employee, then guess what? Your employees are going to abandon you. And because they don't either they're going to abandon you or they're not going to care about the quality of the game that they make. Because it's like, well, if my performance isn't tied to the quality of the product that I make, then why should I work harder to make a better product? You know? Like, the business structure basically incentivizes all the wrong things. That's what he's saying here. And he's completely right about that. Let's see. The last notable games is very AFK. Who is very AFK? Cromwell. I don't know who this is.
No, you either.
The last notable game on their platform was arguably this is okay. This is the guy. This is the Larian guy. Ubisoft has arguably seen the error of its ways to some extent after years of keeping PC releases to its own storefront and the Epic Games Store. Gosh, this constant push for the Epic to make the Epic Games Store a thing is just not working. Ubisoft's games began trickling back to Steam in 2022. It announced a wholesale return to the storefront in September, saying that all future releases, including the delayed Assassin's Creed Shadows, will launch on Steam Day 1. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, so they they are releasing on Steam day one. Again, they should just release Prince of Persia on Steam. It's worth remembering that even when you purchase games on Steam, you don't really own them in the traditional sense. Yeah, and there was actually a law that forced them to tell you that every time you buy a game now. Have you seen that pop up at all?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, I'm not personally seen it.
But you've seen it, though. Like, you know what the pop-up looks like. Yeah, I've actually seen it. Like,
Have you heard what the Baldur's Gate CEO had to say about that?
No.
You should look that up.
He probably says it's a good thing, because it's true.
Nope. No. You'll, like, look up what the Baldur's Gate CEO had to say about, like, companies telling you not to own games. His response is basically, if consumers need to get used to not owning games, then developers need to get used to not having jobs.
That's literally the story that I'm covering right now.
Oh. I'm
Well,
sorry, I'm distracted.
You are really distracted.
I'm sorry.
Are you okay? Do you need to, like, take a minute or something?
I just stressed.
Okay. Oh, man. Yeah, that's that.
Hey, so do you remember how earlier I was telling you, like, oh, like, Beta's, like, I would get worried when she, like, drives around at night and, like, whatever. Well, she just drove to her cousin's house to play, like, a thing, and she's, like, gonna drink. Like, I hope that she stays there for the night. She'll be okay.
Yeah, she should. Just tell her to stay there for the night.
It's like, I know that she's fine, but I still worry.
Yeah. No, I get
Her
it.
color might be turning blonde. Oh.
It's just so distracted. Epic gives deals on Unreal Engine. Is that what it is? If you use their store, it's why there is still such a push for the Epic Games Store. Interesting. Well, it's not working. Like EA pulling all of BioWare off SWTOR for other projects and giving SWTOR to a small indie studio. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, that game is still going, is it? The Star Wars RPG, the BioWare Star Wars MMO. That's still going, isn't it? The only way to stop it is only accept physical copies of games that do not require an internet connection for single-player elements. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, 100%. But it's just like the always online thing is a serious problem. I 100% would agree with you, especially for single-player games. There is absolutely no reason that single-player games should have any kind of requirement to be online to play. That's insane. But like something we're going to talk about later is like the Assassin's Creed Infinite platform that they're like developing, which is basically like a hub for all Assassin's Creed games. It's basically going to force you to go through their always online hub to access the Assassin's Creed library. Which is, I mean, it's very clearly like an attempt at a cash grab. Because, well, let's just get into it now.
Okay.
Let's get into it right now. So Assassin's Creed Infinity, everything, I don't know why the thing reformats it. Everything you need to know about the Animus Hub. So Ubisoft is pitching the Animus Hub as the one-stop entry point into all future Assassin's Creed games. So Assassin's Creed codename Infinity has a brand new name, designed to be the single point for our fans into the Assassin's Creed franchise. The Animus Hub is going to be a critical component to the series in the years to come. While we are still yet to get a proper look at the Assassin's Creed Animus Hub itself just yet, there is plenty of information out there for you to wrap your head around. It's an exciting time with a plethora of upcoming Assassin's Creed games in development at Ubisoft. It's expected that Assassin's Creed Shadows and Assassin's Creed Hex will showcase the potential of the Animus Hub, with other experiences joining it over time, including new experiments in the narrative and multiplayer spaces. So keep on reading to find everything you need to know about the Animus Hub ahead of it expected to launch in 2025. So this is like a picture of what it like looks like here. So the idea is that you log into the Animus Hub, and then from the hub, you pick what animus you want to go into, basically, like which is
That's kind of cool.
what game you want to play. And the thing is that it sounds cool. Like I could see this being like a cool, like you know how like in Black Flag, there's like it pulls you out of the animus and you have to like walk around in first person, like in the office, stuff like that. It could even be kind of cool if it was like that, where like you go into the hub and then like you're an employee at Abstergo, which is like the fictional company, right? And then like you're inside this company and then you have to like go like like digitally walk almost like a VR space, like to the game that you want to play, and it'll like each game will have like its own little area, and like you can have like collectibles from that game on your little wall and stuff like that. And they can even add in like little things to do out in the real world, like in the hub and stuff like that. Like they have those little puzzles that you have to solve in the hub and Assassin's Creed Black Flag. And they can like keep adding like different challenges and things to do like in the hub that can like earn you like a special currency that you can spend inside like a certain game. Like maybe a Halloween, they have like an Animus hub like Halloween event that gets you a special currency that lets you unlock like special cosmetics inside of Hex, you know, because Hex is all witch themed, you know, like things like that, you know. I could see it being like this kind of fun thing, but I have a feeling that's not what it's going to be. Especially looking at this, it looks like just another fucking menu, you know. And it's like, I'm sorry, but if it's just a menu, that means that they're just basically adding like a layer of inconvenience to play the game. It's like, oh, I can't just go into the game. I have to like log into this hub and then navigate to the game and then go into the game from there. And the whole time you're in that space is just time for them to try to like get a nickel out of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like every game that you boot up since like, God, how long? Like I remember that since like Assassin's Creed 3, maybe even Brotherhood. Like the main menu has got like ads and shit on it for like, hey, spend $5 to get like an XP boost. You know, that kind of shit. You know? Like, they've been putting ads for like real world microtransactions, and in some cases macro transactions, on the front page of their games forever. So if they do this, it's just like another layer of that. You know? So we're just giving the players like another layer of inconvenience to start playing the game they want to play, and we're gonna bombard them with fucking annoying microtransaction ads all the way there. You know what I mean? I'm just like, I don't know what the value add from a player perspective is for this thing. Now again, if they did like what I described before, where it's like a little virtual environment where you can like play little mini games to like unlock like little currencies and stuff like that, you know, that you can use in different games and stuff like that. It's like, okay, I could see the value add there, but I can almost guarantee you they're not going to do that, because that would take way too much fucking effort. And they would almost be turning the Animus Hub itself into like a live service system. I don't see them doing that. I think it's just going to be another ad-filled menu. And it's going to force you to be online, to play completely single-player games like Mirage here. That's just it's so gross. I don't have confidence that this is something more than a cash grab system, because I just don't see the value add from a player's point of view. Like I could see maybe some hardcore fans adopting it, but like I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough to justify it. Anyway, let me keep reading here. Ubisoft has yet to announce an official Animus Hub release date, although it is widely believed that it will launch alongside Assassin's Creed Shadows on February 14th, 2025. The Animus Hub will serve as a launch platform for all upcoming Ubisoft games in this series, similar to how COD HQ functions, and offer up expanded narrative threads. It's certainly intriguing, but information remains light on the ground. Maybe the new Assassin's Creed codename Infinity, but the function of it remains the same. The Animus Hub has been described by Assassin's Creed franchise executive producer Mark Alexis Cote as not a game per se, but rather the single entry point for our fans into the Assassin's Creed franchise into the future. And what's to stop them from retroactively taking older titles and forcing you to go through this fucking hub portal to get to them? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm skeptical on this thing. The initiative will see a closer collaboration between Ubisoft Montreal and Ubisoft Quebec. Those other, well, Ubisoft Montreal is like the one good studio that Ubisoft has. They're the ones that that's the only studio that produces good stuff in out of all of Ubisoft's network. Quebec thinks they does, but they're full of shit. As the pair work to find the next installments of the Assassin's Creed franchise, Assassin's Creed Infinity represents the future of the Assassin's Creed franchise, just not in the way that you might expect. Rumors of codename Infinity began to spread in early 2021, and its existence was later confirmed by Ubisoft that July. In an open letter penned by Natalie Bocard, managing director of Ubisoft Quebec, and Christophe Durenes, managing director of Ubisoft Montreal, the pair reflected on how the pandemic had fundamentally changed the way Ubisoft created games, and that it had given the publisher a moment to reflect on our organization. Well, the problem is that time has passed. If you start throwing COVID-era shit at gamers now, we're gonna reject it because we've moved on from that. I think, remember how I spoke last time, how like the larger a studio is, how larger a project is, the less agile it is, and the less it can adapt itself to new trends and stuff like that? Mm-hmm. It sounds like they're falling into that trap. Assassin's Creed Infinity is the result of that reflection. It's not a game, but an evolving hub that can house an ongoing evolution of the franchise and connect future game releases into a single interwoven experience. More cohesive. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the way I described it. The Animus Hub isn't the easiest thing to understand because it doesn't necessarily have a direct comparison. Well, that's your job, though. Your job is to tell us how it works in simple... Like, you have to be able to... If you can't figure out a way to... figure out, like, an elevator pitch for it, then you're not going to be able to sell it. Simple as. Like... The way for its talented studios to work smarter, not harder, as it builds the next generation of the best Assassin's Creed games. For us as players, Codename Infinity will be an evolving hub that will host and connect future Assassin's Creed games together. They keep saying the same thing over and over again. It's getting annoying. Gonna be a... They said the same thing. Assassin's Creed Shadows and Codename Hex. So these are like the test games that are gonna like test out this interface. I have a feeling that it's not going to help. It will not be... Assassin's Creed Infinity will not be free to play. Understandably, there's been some confusion as to how the Infinity Hub will function, which led to some fans speculating that it would be a free-to-play live service that would contain premium-priced Assassin's Creed games. Yeah, that's kind of like what I described. But we're still waiting for the clarification of the fine details. Ubisoft CEO Yves Guillemot had this to say about Codename Infinity in a 2022 earnings call. It's not going to be free to play, and this game will have a lot of narrative elements in it. Oh my god. If this thing isn't free to play, you're cooked. Now again, though, this was made in 2022. That philosophy may very well have changed since then. Like, we've already seen them make some, like, gamer-friendly changes, like Day 1 Steam. The first DLC is going to be free for Shadows. There's no early access anymore. They have made... They're on their back foot, so they're being forced to make gamer-friendly decisions. But I am very skeptical, especially if this thing is going to cost money. And if it's like an ongoing thing, that means it's going to cost money on a monthly subscription basis. I'm sorry, but people are not going to be cool with having to buy a subscription service just to play all of their single-player games in the Assassin's Creed franchise that they already own.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous.
That is fucking insane. That is going to... Dude. That is just... You are going to be... That's going to cause such a fucking revolt. I can't even see the hardcore Assassin's Creed fans adopting that. There's no fucking way. They have to be rethinking this. For there to bring future games to the series with the by Mark. Yeah, okay, but yeah, that's what this is. So yeah, the whole thing, like, I haven't heard a peep about the 10-cent buyout kind of stuff. It might be because they're what's the hush hush period. And if you know anything about buyouts and stuff like that, people on the inside are not allowed to comment on it. I think 60 days out from the point of sale, because that would basically be engaging in stock manipulation ahead of it. So they're not allowed to talk. So one of the reasons that things have been quiet on that front lately could be because that deal is actually going through and they have to shut up about it. But that aside, if the Guillemot family doesn't get ousted somehow, this company is just going to continue the doom loop. I like, because they're just making all the wrong decisions, it seems. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. All right. Anything on that? I know you were kind of out of it for this whole segment because of Patho, but
No, you're good. No, I mean, just the general concept of being like, yeah, just pay us this like monthly fucking subscription for single player games is just insane. Like, you're not gonna keep updating the fucking game.
Yeah.
Like, why the fuck would anyone do this? You can't do the fucking free to play model on story game. That's ridiculous.
It's absolutely insane. And the thing is, Assassin's Creed isn't a premium product anymore. It's
not. Yeah,
it's lost that pedigree. So, yeah, and once again, his comments on the monetization of this thing was made back in 2022. I have a feeling that maybe not though. I mean, they keep making dumb decision after dumb decision, so maybe they haven't changed that. But I'm sorry, but people are gonna pirate the shit out of your game, out of your single player game. If you try to put just accessing the game behind a fucking paywall, that is bafflingly insane to me. So, anyway, let's laugh a little bit. Roblox makes big changes to parental controls amid PDF file Hellscape report. Now, it's nothing new that this has been an issue on Roblox, but this is just a particularly recent, very high-profile report that was published by Bloomberg about the absolute state of Roblox, and it's let's just say the prevalence of predators on the platform.
That's crazy.
Who'da thunk it? Yeah. Roblox is implementing some major changes to the control it gives parents over their children's accounts, following damning reports that its platform was rife with child exploitation and abuse. In an email sent to parents who manage children's accounts on Roblox, which IGN has obtained and which Bloomberg first reported, the company details that it's finally introducing Roblox accounts with parental privileges. It says right here, prior to this, Roblox parental controls allow parents to essentially set a pin on a child's account that only the parent would know. This unlocks the ability to change settings like what type of content the child can access and spend, and set spending limits. Now, pins are going away. Instead, parents must create their own separate Roblox accounts and link them to the child's account. This gives parents the ability to update parental controls from their own device, as well as access information about the child's time spent in Roblox and friend lists. Additionally, users under the age of 13 will now require a parent's permission to use certain chat features, and users under the age of 9 will require parental permission to engage with any Roblox experiences labeled as having, quote, moderate content maturity ratings. That's the email in full, but it just basically describes what you just heard. Roblox's changes come on the heels of both of a damning Blooming report this summer about the prevalence of child predators on the platform, and just this week, a report from investment firm Hindenburg Research, that's an amazing name, Hindenburg Research, that accused the company of, among other things, being a haven for groomers and PDF files due to a lack of upfront screening of new accounts. It claimed to have found open trading of child prawn on the site, as well as
no.
violent and hateful speech and sexually explicit content in numerous games marketed to kids on the platform. Roblox responded saying that, quote, safety and civility have been foundational to Roblox since its inception. However, Hindenburg followed up by pointing out that it had not addressed allegations of Roblox being a PDF file hellscape. So, they released this video, which might get this channel deleted, but I'm gonna play it anyway. They played it on the Side Scrollers podcast, and they seem to be okay. So I'm gonna play it for you here and hope to God that I don't get in trouble for it. Oh, let me make sure you can hear it too. Hang on one sec. Okay. Should be able to hear this chat. I don't want to make it big either. I wanted to kind of keep it small because I'm kind of afraid to play this.
That's valid.
There's no sound right now. It's just... They're saying, per Roblox's 2023 annual report, the company disclosed the following age breakdown of its users. 21% under 9 years old. That's crazy. 21% 9 to 12 years old. 60% 13 to 16-year-old. 23% 17 to 24. And 18% 25 and over. At least 40 million Roblox users are children.
As we've gotten bigger, we've gotten to the point where there's thousands of moderators. Every image that goes on our platform.
You see that? So what they're doing is a juxtaposition things that they've seen in the game with his commentary. So you see like the rainbow Nazi symbol over here with, let's just say, mean words on the chalkboard.
Platform gets human reviewed. We filter text very stringently, especially for 13 and under players. We use a lot of AI and ML to help do this.
And we have models that, despite this complexity, can understand the patterns behind behavior that is appropriate and not appropriate. It's something we've gotten very good at.
That's just a blurred out dick.
Good at it that our latest models don't just flag a significant amount of this content automatically without a human reviewer. We're so confident in that call that we can take automatic action so that content...
That's a dog taking a shit on a toilet, by the way.
Appears on the platform and is gone in a matter of seconds.
I think it's one of these 2-quadrant charts where one of the
this is why I don't want to play
is
this game.
Trust.
Yeah, I don't either.
And a separate separate axis is the types of content on the platform. We want to be a utility, a trusted, safe, and civil utility that people trust to support a wide range of things.
Not just that, but the game looks like absolute
What would be the hardest
shit.
way to do this? The easy way might be to split the platform, have an older Roblox or a younger one. The hardest would be to be so good at safety and civility across the platform that we could start supporting those older, more mature experiences. But I'm super optimistic that it supports that vision, that these types of platforms that Roblox are future communication and connection platforms, and they're not just for 6-year-olds, they're not just for 14-year-olds, they're for 60-year-olds, they're for 35-year-olds, they're really for everyone. And so I'm optimistic about the direction we're...
I think that's enough. I think you get the point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
gross.
I think I don't understand. Like, well, I guess I do understand like why Roblox is popular. But at the same time, I'm just like, I don't understand it at the same time, I guess. It's just, yeah, this game is fucking disgusting. And the thing is, it's like, this isn't news, really. It's always been this way. But, I guess that like, they're shifting this parental control situations, like the parents have their own account that they link to the child account and stuff like that, so they can. But it's just like, well, okay, I don't see how that modifies things, But anyway, Roblox is a shit show. Don't allow your kids on there. Show them Minecraft instead. Seriously, just play Minecraft. It's a much better game. What even is Roblox? It's how do you explain it? It's like a VR space where you have these you play like these customizable avatars called Roblox, and it's a game where you can basically like build your own games within the game, kind of like VR chat and stuff like that. And so like you create games and you can create lobbies for that game, and then people can go into the lobby and play the game. And so, but people create lobbies to do all kinds of like really awful shit that children can get into and stuff like that. And that's kind of what you were seeing before. So it's actually like a genius idea, and it's like a game that creates itself and reiterates on itself based on its user base. So like you don't really have to do anything as a developer because the users are actually building the game for you. All you have to do is just kind of sit around and manage it and just rake in the dollars. So it's actually like a really brilliant business idea, but like it's a social nightmare. So, I don't know. Do you have anything to add to this? Just I don't think that there's much to
It's
add.
fucking gross. I don't like Roblox. Hey, someone wants me to fucking play Roblox, do like the sponsorship.
Oh god,
I
don't do
play
that.
with her, but I don't wanna.
Yeah, don't do that. I would not do that. Show her this video. Oh man. Tablets raising kids is definitely an ingredient to this. Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing. Like, okay, yeah, you change these parental controls, but again, like, if the parents aren't responsible with the PIN, why would they be responsible with their own accounts? You know, like, you can't like make them be responsible. Parents should not have kids that young online at all. Agree 100%, especially social media. I personally think that social media needs to be basically treated like cigarettes and alcohol, or like I don't think you should get access to it until you're like 18, honestly, because it's just so destructive. Young people. So, okay. Are you cool to move on?
Yeah.
Okay. This was interesting to me. Netflix shuts down AAA Team Blue gaming studio amid gaming shakeup. And to everyone's surprise, they had a AAA studio. I don't think anybody knew that they had a game studio. And now they're shutting it down. The SoCal studio boasted senior veterans from Halo, God of War, and Overwatch. Okay. So did Concord. One of Netflix's most intriguing video game studios is no more. I can't think of a single game that they've released. What did they make? The company's Southern California game studio, one of a handful of internal studios assembled by Netflix. They have more than one? They have more than one AAA studio? What the fuck? What's a single... I've never even heard of a single game that's attached to Netflix. What? The studio, also known as Team Blue, seemed poised to break the mold of what Netflix is doing in gaming. Early hints about the team's work suggested it was pursuing a big-budget, multi-device strategy, signifying the ambitious edge of Netflix's initial mobile-focused expansion. As proof of that, Team Blue had made some splashy hires in the past 2 years. In late 2022, Netflix wooed Overwatch executive producer Chaco Sonny from Blizzard to build its SoCal studio. Sonny had stints on Call of Duty and Sony Santa Monica before that. In spring 2023, the SoCal studio added Joseph Staten, a longtime creative lead on Microsoft's Halo franchise, at Bungie and 343 Industries. Well, yeah, but we all know like how fucking... what the fucking state of Halo is. It's not really... it's not really a point in their favor at this point. Staten was exciting the Xbox camp for Netflix to work as a creative director for a brand new AAA multi-platform game and original IP. Man, what is with... First it was Concord, then it was Unknown 9, and now it's this. Like, all of these, like, planned IPs that are, like, supposed to be spread across, like, all these different, like, media, what do you call them? Formats. You know, like, it's like, oh, we're going to build this IP, we're going to make a game, we're going to make a comic book, we're going to make a TV series, we're going to have novels, and they all just, like, crash and burn. Like, I can't think of one that's been successful. That move is widely covered in the gaming press, a sign that Netflix was serious about this gaming thing. Gosh, I want to say I vaguely remember that, but boy, oh boy, did that fall out of people's heads. That same spring, Team Blue also recruited art director Raphael Grassetti, who had nearly a decade of experience at Sony Santa Monica, where he'd most recently been the God of War Studios' overall art director. As of October 2024, however, Netflix has shut down Team Blue, and all three of those big hires are no longer at the company. A company rep confirmed to GameFile. Oh, that's just the end. It's like, it happened, the end. But I'm just baffled that they don't have one, but they have multiple gaming studios inside of Netflix. Like, what the hell? I'm super curious, like, what the hell they actually made.
Yeah, like, what have they actually made?
What have they made?
What are they
working on? Yeah, like, because it said, like, they made these hires 2022, 2023. There should have been something announced at this point. Something that's coming out. Like, what are they working on? I just thought it was hilarious, because I was like, well, they showed already a studio that nobody knew existed. I don't have anything else on this one. I just thought it was funny. But it really also does just kind of point to, like, this, where they're putting their marketing dollars. You know? Like, the fact that, like, it was widely covered in the gaming press, but, like, everybody forgot about them. Like, why is that? It's like, I don't, it doesn't seem like a good idea to try to logically deduce, like, what causes these studios to make the decisions that they make. Because every time you try to do it logically, you end up in the opposite of the decision they make. You know? Like, I can't wrap my head around it anymore. It's really hard. So,
Yeah, it's really fucking weird.
you don't have stock in Active Blizz, right, Hellscape? I do not. No, I have stock in Ubisoft. So, Netflix mobile games. I'm sure this would have been great. Yeah, I'm sure. I think they're trying to recreate the cartoons as toy commercials business model of the 80s, but for people with no sense of aesthetics. That's an interesting idea. Do you know what he's talking about, the cartoons as toy commercials, Rosa?
No.
So...
Cartoons is toy commercial.
Yeah, so, like, all like, the really famous cartoons from, like, the 80s and the early 90s. So, like, Ninja Turtles, or Transformers, G.I. Joe, all those, like, My Little Pony, all these classic 80s cartoon shows.
They moved the money off of merch, didn't they? Like, off of, like, toys.
It was the toys and the action figures is what made them all the money. And the cartoons were literally there as marketing. That's what their primary purpose was. Which is why, like, back in the day, like, these days, like, when Netflix orders a series, like a season of an animated show, that season typically has between 10 and 13 episodes, sometimes less. Sometimes only like 6 or 7. Back in the day, in like the 80s, one season of a cartoon was literally 52 episodes. One episode every week of the year. Because it was an advertising thing. And they wanted to make sure that the cartoon was in front of kids' faces every single week. Essentially.
Yeah.
Because
That's you convinced. I mean, fucking convince me. I wanted fucking Power Rangers all the time.
Yeah, there you go.
Every time I went to the doctor, Power Rangers.
Yeah. And they would order a season, and that because remember these cartoons, they were on every single day. You know, so they would order like a half, like 50, 60 episodes in a season. They would air them every single day, a different episode, and then once that run was over, they would just literally just start over again at episode 1, just go again, and they would just keep ordering new seasons, getting new content out there, because like nowadays, like a cartoon drops on a streaming service, and it's just like the whole thing is dumped at once. You binge it in a few days, and then you have to wait 2 years for the next season to come out, right? Like that's horrible marketing. Horrible marketing. You know, because people watch it and then they talk about it, and then they forget about it, right? Whereas back in the day, their primary purpose was marketing, so they had to make sure that they were just always in front of your kids' faces. So it'd be interesting. I could parts of the toy commercials. Yeah, I can kind of see that, but I don't think that it's smart enough to figure that out, Tailfin. They put in cereal fast food. They put in merch and everything. Oh yeah, I mean back in the day, cereal boxes you would get like a little toy at the bottom of the box. And even like back in the day, in like the 80s and the 90s, especially like with cereal. Actually, now that you bring up cereal, like cereal commercials were like these full-on like 30-second fully animated cartoons. And they were actually like for a commercial, were actually like pretty good quality. And they would even like Roger Rabbit them, so they would have like animated characters like interacting with like IRL like live action people and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like they actually like put like effort into making these commercials, and they would like have stories. So like they would have like they would release like this commercial on this month, and the next month they would release the next commercial in that run, and would actually like start telling a story. And then like by the 4th month they would release the 4th episode. It'd be like the end to like a little story arc. Like they really put in effort and thought into these commercials back in the day. Like you don't see that at all anymore. None. So I hated that Dan B never touched Honey Nut Cheerios because of it. Yeah, every cereal had a mascot character that was fully animated and everything. Yeah, that's where like the Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs thing came from. Tony the Tiger was another one. These were all like animated commercials. You can look them up on YouTube too. It's pretty wild. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're trying to recapture that though. I don't think that they're smart enough to figure that out. Count Chocula. Yeah, there's a ton of them. Yeah, there's the honeybee. Yeah, there was. Oh, the biggest, the most important was the Lucky Charms. Lucky Charms was probably the most famous one. They had like a little leprechaun guy running around with a bunch of animated kids who were chasing him to get his Lucky Charms, and he would outsmart the kids every time. So yeah. No thought in commercials, my friend. Have you not seen Sakura Gummies? Oh, long man. Yeah, but those are Japanese commercials, and I have seen those. They're pretty funny. Anyway, any thoughts on this one?
No. Again, it's just I didn't even know what the fuck they're like. I'm curious what they're making. Is there any way to like look it up, like what they're making?
I'm sure there is. Yeah, let me see. Let's see. Shut down. Building our internal game studios. Continuing our games journey. There we go. What's this? Is this anything? This is from Netflix itself. Holy shit, they have a bunch of games. They're all like these little mobile games though that nobody knows about, apparently.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Hey, look at this. So this is from Netflix itself, and this was back in March of last year. So, let's see. We've released 55 games, with about 40 more slated for later this year, and 70 in development with our partners. That's in addition to the 16 games currently being developed by our in-house game studios. Our goal is to develop a broad portfolio of games in different genres and formats, because we believe everyone can find joy in games if they discover the one or many that is right for them. How... Too hot to handle? Wait, isn't that co-op cooking game that was like popular with like VTubers?
Was it?
No.
I don't know. I don't really.
No, that's a
follow
date.
like,
No, this is a
popular video
dating.
games.
No, this is a dating sim game. Too hot to handle.
Huh?
Mighty Quest. I've never heard of any of these games. Monument Valley. You play these games on Netflix apparently. I've never seen this. High Water. Terra Nil. So they've put out a bunch of shit. I've never heard of any of this. They suck at marketing. Mighty Quest, Rogue Palace, Valiant Hearts Coming Home. Why have I heard of that? I feel like I've heard of Valiant Hearts. I don't know. Vainglory, Catalyst Black. Yeah, see, I never heard of any of this shit, but they've put out a lot of... You know what it seems to be? It seems to be like a shovelware studio. But this looks more higher quality than shovelware, though. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that like they put out all this shit and nobody's never ever like heard of it. Okay. Let me get to. I think we're gonna do because we're running up against the end of the 4th hour here. So I'm gonna skip the legal stuff and just get to the one last fun little article. Concerned mother sends religious manifesto to merch seller after son buys Opie mousepad.
Fucking Obi Cat.
Is that who that is?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know like VTubers, to be honest. I yeah, I just don't know. I don't pay like close attention to it. Kawa Entertainment, an anime merch seller, mostly focusing on indie VTubers and creative projects. Yeah, interestingly, I don't think that they're active anymore there, but Yuki and Yuna had some merch there, over there at a point. Received a 3-page religious manifesto in the mail after a customer's mother found his Opie mousepad and other ecchi goods. According to Kawa Entertainment, approximately $180 in products were returned after the customer's mother discovered the package. A customer sent us a religious manifesto condemning our business. Oh, this is the whole thing here.
It's funny.
You see, your body belongs to God. You are not your own. He paid the price by dying on the cross. He suffered for you. The pictures you draw are not respecting the body. They undermine women. A woman should be cherished and loved in a respectful way. You depict wantonness, lust, and despicable desire. Lady, this isn't convincing anybody to join your religion. As a Christian, this is cringe. I will just say that straight up. As a member of her faith, this is fucking cringe. The images you sent to my son have given him a tainted image of a true woman. A woman with wisdom, understanding, hope. To give strength to a man, not weakness. These pictures play on a man's weakness like Delilah to Samson, who deceived Samson into getting what she wanted. A man needs encouragement in the things of God so he can face the world like Joseph, who fled from immorality. God, this is so fucking cringe. Is it cringe that I know the stories that she's talking about?
No, I mean that's valid.
Oh man.
That makes sense.
These pictures send a man or a woman onto a dark path of loneliness, guilt, isolation, disappointment, anger, separation, and false love. I mean, she's not wrong, technically. It does do these things. This place is not an easy step to conquer. Relationships are destroyed, families are separated, and even self-deletion welcomes a better option. Will a man or woman look back to these pictures and be proud of the life they encountered while engulfed in such pain? Will they cry out to the world and rejoice over what they stare at daily? Look again. All they have to offer is hopelessness in a false fantasy world that doesn't exist. Sounds like a leftist on Twitter calling people gooners. Look at yourself. Are you truly proud of what you produce and the turmoil that churns in every single person that lusts after these figures? My friend, you were created to produce something better, something that releases you from the chains that bind you. God brings hope to those who are in pain. God doesn't bind a soul, he sets it free. I'm sorry for your pain. I'll be praying for you. Damn. Literally, damn. I mean, I'm just laughing at this. I don't know quite how to react because, like, the thing is, it's like at the core of it. If you strip all of the religious stuff out of it, she's not technically wrong. it's just like bringing up Samson and Delilah. It's like, wow, like that's a deep lore right there. Like if Jesus was a VTuber, like this is deep Jesus lore right here. Actually, this is Old Testament, so not Jesus. But is that the whole letter? That doesn't look like 3 pages worth. This shall have he Jesus despised and rejoice. Yeah, so it's not all. Oh, they pulled out all the Bible verses. Behold, my servants will deal prudently. He will be exalted and extolled, and be very high. Yeah, he'll be high, all right. As many were astonished at you. His visage was so marred more than any man, and his form more than the sons of men. So will he sprinkle many nations. The kings will shut their mouths at him, for that which God had not been told them they will see, and that which they had not heard will they consider. Thanks, Isaiah. Yeah, this is all Old Testament. Well, that one is. Wait, no, this is Isaiah's New Testament. Never mind. Sometimes I get what's Old and New Testament confused. You will not commit adultery, Exodus. Thanks. So yeah, so you just like spewed out a bunch of Bible verses between what you see in here.
I see.
Yeah, it's just like, again, it's the whole like honey and wine thing. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna I sit here and like, yeah, I can sit here and actually agree with all this, but like I'm not. This is like not the way to go about it. You know what I mean? Like, it just comes off as cringe and funny. It doesn't come off as convincing, you know. So, what's Chad had to say about this? It's cringe that you know the stories. I know them, but hearing or use them in this way is cringe. I felt my stomach contract. No cap. Yeah. Oh, it's not cringe that you know the stories. Yeah, yeah. I was accidentally name dropping the next hit manga. If Jesus was a VTuber, I actually think he is a VTuber. I think there was somebody who actually made a Jesus VTuber account. I think that's real. Isaiah is Old Testament. Is it? I want to say, God, that's why I think like Isaiah is Old Testament, but I can't remember. It's been a while since I've actually like done like a read through. Like I so I don't know. Do you have anything to say about this? You've been very quiet this stream.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm tired. I also woke up really early.
I'm sorry.
I didn't sleep much last night, so it's a mix of that and me just kind of just like being in my own head, I guess.
Well, I don't know what. Yeah, you have anything on this?
No, I got nothing to add.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry, I was hoping. I try to bring engaging stuff to the stream, but can't win them all. Anyway, he was one of the prophets of the Messiah, so he couldn't be default. Yeah. No, it was Elijah. It was Elijah who challenged Jezebel, I think, to do the sacrifice. That's how Jezebel ended up exiling Elijah. But I think Isaiah was Elijah's father. I can't remember the lineage. I'll have to go back and check. Wonder how the mother acts around the kids' friends. Yeah. It's, I don't know. I feel like my mom was like that a bit, you know? So. Trump said on Twitter an hour ago that he will make McDonald's ice cream machines work great again, with a picture of him waving from the drive-thru as Biden walks away with his ice cream and Trump hat. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. You think that kid's friends are allowed near his mother? Hell no. Yeah, probably not. And again, honey and wine. You know, it's like time and place. Like learn how to like. Because it's the thing. It's like there's like knowing how to argue. There's knowing how to be persuasive. And it's like when you do this kind of shit, or you present things in this kind of way, it doesn't matter how right you are, you drive people away. You know, and it's like it doesn't make, because that's the thing. Like if people are ignorant of your belief system, they're gonna associate the kind of person you are with the belief system. So if you're like come off as like weird, psycho, or crazy, they're gonna basically think, oh, if I adopt that belief system, then I'm gonna become that weirdo or psycho or crazy person. And so they will reject your philosophy. They will reject your worldview because of that. Because they're like, oh, if you're the kind of person that philosophy produces, then I'm going to reject the philosophy because you're a weirdo and a wacko, you know. So it's like you have to learn how to like be persuasive and tactful in how you explain things and bring people's attention to different worldviews and things like that. You have to be more. You have to be very tactful with it, and this is like the opposite of that. Hey, Junebug, we're actually about to wrap up here, so yeah. Other than that, I just had some legal stuff. I had 3 things, but we're up against the hour, and we can cover these next time, I think. So that's all I had for tonight. Kind of stuff with the anti-smoke. Just actually both of my retweet of the Trump shit post over McDonald's. So yeah, I'll definitely check that out. But anyway, do you have anything, Rosa?
No, I have nothing to add. I'm just a little tired.
Okay, well, if that's it, I will say thanks for joining us, chat. Hope to see you all next time. What do you got going on next week, Rosa?
I've got a planning stream tomorrow. Brain. Obviously we have D&D with the J this coming Friday. Tuesday and Thursday we have the casting of Frank Stone, which Amazon is also a part of.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously OCP on Wednesday. Besides that, I'm gonna try to squeeze in as much of Monster Hunter Wilds beta test again.
Okay. All right.
That's pretty much it.
Okay. As for me, watch along, Arcane watch along is tomorrow night, and then I am also in the casting of what is it? The casting of Frank. Is that what it's called? Hello.
Oh, the casting of Frank Stone.
The casting of Frank Stone. Okay. I'll be a part of that. I will have my Yakuza and Red Dead Redemption streams on Wednesday and Friday, respectively. And we will have Welcome to the Foxhole number 8 next Saturday. So, yeah, that's what's going on. You can find us on our socials as usual. And with that, I'll see you on the next one, chat. Wait. NDA has a joke. What does a ginger call a phone call on a Saturday night? A wrong number. Oh. Oof.
Get it?
Because nobody wants to talk to gingers on a Saturday night. Yeah.
Lamau.
All right, chat. We're gonna get out of here, and I hope to see y'all on the next one. Watch is yours.
Don't forget to go find yourself, chat. Bye.